When did it come in?
Just now, I sent him one. I could hear you.
Oh, I think it's just been. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. My name is Tom Tullis. I represent Jacob Pittman. I received and I thought that we were going to have this hearing it today at 1, and then it got changed to 10:30. But then last night at 6 o'clock, I received a notice that Mr. Mutziger and I had entered into several months ago that we were to have a hearing at 8:30 this morning. So I'm really, and my client's not here. So I really need to know, is it 10:30, 1 o'clock, or is it 8:30 that we're going to hear my case? Or do you know?
Is this the Board of Nursing?
Board of Nursing case, yes, ma'am.
This is regarding into my case, Becky Johnson.
I'm sorry, Becky.
So she is a defendant or whatever as well.
Oh, you're defending as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were with the board.
No, sir.
Okay. Well, who am I speaking to now? Matt, can I ask who you?
Becky Johnson.
Okay, are you a lawyer, Miss Johnson?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
So I guess you and I are both on here early and nobody else has gotten on here yet, I take it.
I think that's the case.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fine. I'm sorry, Miss Johnson. Thank you very much.
Fine. You're welcome.
Okay.
See,
Miss Becky, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay.
We can't hear her. Am I looking at the bottom right?
Yeah.
That's Miss Thompson.
that's
Johnson.
Johnson.
Okay.
Can you speak again, Miss Becky?
Yes, ma'am.
She needs to maybe move closer to her.
Did you turn up your volume on your phone?
Yes, ma'am. It's all the way up.
Did she get closer to it?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Oh, gosh.
We're gonna have a hard time. Yeah.
Is
Let me get
is our
closer.
system on?
To what now?
I don't know if we're connected. Normally it will come out.
So is she got her phone on speaker? If
Yeah.
she's using her phone, is she got it on speaker or just?
This sounds like it's. There's somebody else. out there that's in-
What sounds like on our end? I mean,
Who's the man?
Oh.
See if the man can speak.
Yeah, it's probably on your end.
Tullis. Mr. Tullis, can you say something to us just so we can?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
It's us.
Yeah.
Give us just a few minutes, please.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, there's plenty of creamer in there, so if you're a creamer person.
I'm straight up.
Sorry, so cute.
I've got white chocolate, no,
Fancy.
southern, what is that? Southern pecan,
Oh. Oh.
and there's one other flavor.
Still on.
That's all right.
Talking about.
Good enough.
Second flavor.
Those things that he's gotten over the
Okay,
years.
Miss Johnson, can you?
Yes, ma'am.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
It's a little better.
That's better.
It's a little better.
Thank you. Good morning. I want to welcome everyone to the Mississippi State Board of Nursing hearings for April. And all of us that are present, we take this very seriously. And so what we'd like to do before we actually begin is take a moment of silence and you may pray if you'd like to. We're going to ask Ms. Jackson if she would lead us in a word.
Good morning, everyone. If you will, please bow your heads. Most gracious Father, we come to you this morning, thanking you for such a beautiful day, thanking you for your angels that are spreading their tears around, making it rain. We are here to make sure that we protect the public and that we need your guidance in making the decisions that will be set before us. All the clients that are here that will be observed, we're asking that you guide them and to make sure that they correct themselves in the future, and also today to understand that the mistakes they have made, that to error is divine. Father, again, we want to thank you for such a wonderful day and help us along the way. In Jesus' name I do pray, amen.
Amen.
Thank you. So we are ready to go on the record. The first thing I'd like to do is make introductions. And my name is Mary Stewart. I'm one of the 13 board members. The board is comprised of 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician member, and 1 consumer. Today, we are a 3-member panel of the board, and one of us will be serving as an alternate. The alternate will not participate in either the deliberations or the decision concerning the case. At this point, I want to introduce the board members. To my left is Laura Moore. She is an APRN member of the board. I am an RN member. Sandra Culpepper is one of our LPN members, and Ms. Shirley Jackson is our other LPN member. I also want to take just a minute to introduce the hearing officer for today. We are pleased to have the Honorable Ellen O'Neill from the Attorney General's office, who will be the presiding officer today. Before I forget, I would just ask that if you are speaking, if you'll make sure that you're unmuted. And then if you are not speaking, if you will keep your mics muted, it cuts down on the distraction. And it's really important that we hear things clearly for our court reporter and for the others in the room. So we'll check everything out there. Okay, and at this point, I am pleased to turn this over to the Honorable O'Neill.
Thank you. Good morning. I will be, as she said, the presiding hearing officer today, just to run the hearing procedurally. I think the first we have today is Ms. Becky Lynn Johnson. Is that correct? It's a reinstatement or restoration, license number P-316996. Or is everyone here that's relative and that's going to be involved in that matter? Everyone's present.
I believe that is correct. Ms. Johnson, you do not have any witnesses speaking on your behalf today. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
And Ms. Johnson, I believe you are represented by counsel today?
No, ma'am.
You're
just
not. Okay,
prepared
I'm sorry.
today.
Okay. Then, Mr. Thompson, May, do you need to advise her of any rights, or given that I had that on my sheet?
Yeah. I think maybe that's something.
Oh, okay. Ms. Johnson, then, since you are not represented by an attorney here, you understand that you have a right to an attorney today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you are waiving that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you understand that this board today can take action that may be adverse to your license?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and notwithstanding that, you're choosing to go forward without an attorney. I just need to say that for the record.
Yes, ma'am. I choose to go forward without an attorney.
Okay, good deal. Okay, does anybody have any opening statements in this matter? They want to give a brief summary of anything? Or?
Sure. And if it pleases the board, if we could address a preliminary matter, just that the state would like to go ahead and admit exhibits in the matter, exhibits B1 through B8. You do have you have received those exhibits, correct?
I have.
Okay.
Ms. Johnson, have you looked through those exhibits? Are you familiar with what they are?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay, do you have any objection to them being admitted as
No.
exhibits to this matter? Okay. Exhibits B1 through B8 have been pre-marked and they will be admitted as first 8 exhibits into the record today.
Okay. And the only other preliminary matter prior to beginning is the swearing in of Ms. Johnson, as she, I believe, will be the sole and only witness to the case.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, will you raise your right hand, please? Does the hearing officer, does the court reporter usually do that or do I?
Court reporter.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Johnson, would you raise your right hand, please, ma'am, to be sworn in?
Yes, ma'am.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Thompson, you're gonna present the case then?
Sure. Just as a quick opening, this is a restoration application before the board panel today. Ms. Johnson is seeking restoration of her license. She does carry the burden to show why this panel should entertain restoring her license. There is an extensive history with us and her criminal past, but Ms. Johnson is here today to speak upon that. She has prepared and has proffered, which is marked as Exhibit B8 and admitted into evidence, complete restoration application. And so the state would just allow Ms. Johnson to proceed with her restoration petition with reserving the right to cross-examine when necessary.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Thompson. So Ms. Johnson, now this is your opportunity to explain to the board why you're here and what basis you have for asking them to restore your license. So I'm going to let you speak, if you will, if you're ready.
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Okay.
I am petitioning today to restore my license that I may work in the field that I'm currently in as an LPN role. The duties that I would be doing in the mental health and treatment center would be helping, establish their needs, their criteria for treatment, assessing them as far as their mental status, if they're capable of being there, and then working with a nurse practitioner within the facility. So, during quarantine, our LPN was not able to work. So therefore, we were not able to admit clients to the treatment center. And that became a big thing for me, a realization that I could be effective as a role of LPN while I work in mental health. And, I know I have that extensive history. I have worked in the mental health ever since, and I have learned a lot about myself, also about addiction and how it will take your life as well as your license. I do take it very seriously. That's why I still work in mental health. It's not for the money, but it's for the rewards of helping others. It's just my passion. So I would like to retain them back as a goal. I'm currently a peer support, and I help others, work toward their goals. And I had this packet for a long time. I had worked on it, put it at my desk, worked on it, put it in my car, worked on it, off and on. And my boss that's over alcohol and drug, she really pushed me into pursuing it. I can't help others go toward their goals when I'm standing still. It's something that I would like, I don't have to have, and I understand the reasons that one may have. I have good acceptance today. So I think that would help me. I don't need anybody here with me today. My record could stand alone, but my future, it doesn't depend on whether I get my license today or not, but I would like to retain them. That's all.
Okay, thank you for that. Do any
You're
board
welcome.
members have any questions for her? Is that the next order? Is that how y'all?
Yeah, they can, or I can go and then they can ask at the end, whichever.
Okay, okay. Do any board members have any questions then? Want to wait? Okay, okay, go ahead, Ms. Thompson.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Okay, I'm sorry, I am having still a little trouble hearing you, but I think it's the boardroom.
You mean speak loud?
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe. I'm sorry to ask that of you, but I just wanted to be, just to sort of at least see if it was on our end, but make sure you can hear me. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. You did submit today for the board's review an application seeking restoration of your LPN license. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you do understand today that you carried the burden, right, to show why the board should entertain petition for restoration, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that the board panel is going to consider all the evidence and testimony today in light of the burden that you carry, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's first talk to the board panel about the history here with the board. You were licensed as an LPN on or about September of 2000. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where did you go to nursing school?
I went to Northeast Mississippi Community College.
Okay, and you practiced nursing from about 2000 when you were licensed in September until your license lapsed in 2011, and there were some issues with the Board of Nursing. Is that accurate?
That's totally accurate.
Okay, and you signed an agreed order with the board, and I'm looking right now, Ms. Johnson, at Exhibit B5. You signed an order with the board on or about June 4th, 2012. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that agreed order, you basically agreed to have your license be put in a suspended status until you could provide the board disposition or an update, if you will, based on your criminal charges. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And to further explain to the board what those criminal charges were, isn't it true that on two separate occasions, April 26, 2011 and March 20, 2012, you were indicted separate times by the grand jury of the Circuit Court of Alcorn County of 3 counts of prescription fraud in April of 2011 and 2 counts of prescription fraud in March of 2012. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And ultimately, you were convicted of that on or about 2013, but placed in the drug court system within the 1st Judicial District. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It is.
Okay. And so until now, you have not petitioned this board to look into the matter further regarding those criminal charges, have you?
I didn't know about the petition before I done the restoration packet, but evidently, I mean, we can go forward through that today too.
I don't think you understood my question. I was just saying, until now, you had not petitioned earlier asking this board to look at restoring your license, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so you were in the drug court program, and we will go over this in detail, but I wanted to at least give the board a history of where we are. You were in the drug court program approximately 3 years. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you have documentation today to provide the board panel showing that you successfully completed that program December 28, 2016. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I did not see an expungement order in your documents, but I understand from your application that you've had this matter expunged. Is that correct? Or can you explain?
Well, I am very sorry I didn't include that in the packet, but I have had it expunged. But yes, ma'am, I evidently failed to put that in there.
Well, you did include the discharge order stating that you did complete the drug court program.
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay, but I wanted to make sure for the record's sake that I did see in your application that you had stated that you had it expunged, but I
Yes,
just didn't see the
ma'am.
documentation that
I'm very
evidence of that.
sorry. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, all right. And okay, so you are here today on your application. And so now that we've sort of given the board panel an understanding of that history, let's look at your application, okay? That's
All
marked
right.
Exhibit B8. One moment, get all this out of my way. All right, Ms. Johnson, I'm going to look first on the very first page of your application. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Okay. Specific to your application, let's look at the questions where you marked yes. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Let's look at question 4. You did mark yes to has any licensing authority suspended, revoked, or restricted your license or imposed any other disciplinary action. Did you mark yes as to Mississippi? The Mississippi
Yes,
board?
ma'am. Oh,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And you are not licensed in any other state or have not been licensed in any other state. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. On question 6, you marked yes. Have you ever been requested to appear before or submit an explanation to a licensing authority in regard to charges or complaint? You marked yes there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you explain that response?
As far as the indictments and the court, the charges, and I did go to drug court, so I thought that related to that part. But I did go before the board too, so my license was suspended at that time also.
Okay. All right. And then in question 9, you marked yes regarding the question, have you ever received counseling or treatment connected with the revocation, suspension of your license? And then if yes, attach a statement from that treatment practitioner facility regarding your current diagnosis, prognosis, etc. So you did mark yes there. And can you sort of explain to the board panel your response?
Yes, ma'am. I did seek treatment. I went into a residential program, went to aftercare and IOP, which is intensive outpatient treatment program. So I completed 3 programs, and I'm also still currently in therapy. So I think that pertained to that question.
All right. And if we're going to deviate just a sec from the application as I ask you some more questions about your treatment.
Okay.
So, what is your sobriety date? What would you consider your sobriety date to be, Ms. Johnson?
August 2000 and let's see. This caught me off guard. I'm sorry. I will be here. So 2012.
Okay. Can you give me a date?
August the 23rd, 2012.
Okay. And what was your drug of choice?
Anything. I got caught with prescription fraud, but I was in a very spiral of addiction. It was many choices. It just wasn't that choice. I did get arrested, me and my husband, during that time. It was alcohol related, and we went to jail for domestic violence. We were given the opportunity to get that off our record if we attended counseling, because we didn't pursue charges against one another. We did go to marital counseling for that. But at that time, the only black and white was the opioids, but there was a lot more going behind.
Okay. Was the prescription fraud drug of choice, was that opioids?
I mean, you can per se, because I did go to the lengths of getting that. So yes, that was an addiction itself.
No, what I meant when you were indicted, was the prescription fraud related to hydrocodone?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So yes to hydrocodone, or I'm sorry, I want to make sure.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. And do you have a support group in place today?
Yes, ma'am. I
Who's
attend
involved in that?
I attend the Bridge, it's Celebrate Recovery in Burnsville. I'm one of the chairpersons there. I go to Narcotics Anonymous in Iuka, Mississippi as well,
Okay. And how often do you attend those meetings?
twice a week.
Okay. Do you
And
have a
I go
sponsor?
to birthdays and speakers too. Yes, ma'am, I sure do.
And I'm sorry to cut you off. I am having a hard time hearing you. Okay. So you said 2 times a week and you do have a sponsor.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You wrote on your application that you received some treatment with Region 4, the treatment program there for approximately a month. Would that be correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you mentioned in some testimony that you are currently still going through therapy. Can you explain to the panel what that involves?
The individual therapy. My sister, this goes back because I've kept my therapy up, but I think I still need therapy today on working on issues. My sister just recently passed, and my brother-in-law killed himself last year, both of them. So, I mean, if I didn't have that in place, it would be harder to cope with. So I think, working in mental health field, it helps me to keep my therapy up.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear about the passing of your siblings.
Thank you.
With your therapy, how often do you attend?
Twice a month.
Okay. And who do you see?
Miss Kathy Tweedy.
And who is she with?
She is individualized. She used to
Okay.
work for our agency, but she went private practice out of
Okay.
her home.
Okay. And are you currently taking any medication, Ms. Johnson?
I currently take Lexapro, and that's for my depression. Gabapentin for a sciatic nerve he gave me. And he also added Wellbutrin to my list for weight gain. And
Okay. Is this one provider that's prescribing all of these medications?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
And who is that?
Dr. Robert McKinney. He's with Corinth Medical Specialist.
All right. Okay. You did provide for the board to review the records from Region 4. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they are part of your application marked Exhibit B8, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And just for the purpose of the record, those records are located, I believe, on the first tab of the board panel members you will find in your application marked treatment records. Okay. And you did submit as well. Well, let's strike that. That's another question. All right, let's go back to your application, Ms. Johnson. Now I am looking at Part C, continuing education. Can you just briefly describe for the board panel what you have completed?
Well, with mental health, we have to really go into all kinds of meetings and just let me go through. The first one is my peer support certification. The second one is the behavior person-centered planning. The third one is satisfactory completing requirements for student training. And that's in building healthy relationships, healthy communications, conflict management skills. I'm certified in MAT training. That's in crisis, what to do, and prevention. Certificate of continuing education, and that's with WRAP, Wellness Recovery Action Plan. I had confidential the substance use treatment information, and that was an hour and 0.25. evidence-based practices with treatment substance use disorders. Also certified again. We have to get recertified. We're MAT and CPR every year. Just different, the co-occurring disorders is what we really work on here. Mental health and substance use disorders.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. I want to now go on your application, Ms. Johnson. Let's talk to the board panel about Part D, your community service. Can you just, for the record and to the panel, tell them about what you have been involved with relation to your Part D of your application?
In relation to Part D, I help chair meetings in my position with Region 4, Timber Hills. I help others that struggle with substance abuse and mental health disorders, finding out, what is the trigger, what is their coping skills, help initiate healthy boundaries, healthy environment for them. I volunteer for the Bridge at Burnsville, which is sober living for men and women housing. My husband's on the board there. He is in recovery as well. He's almost 5 years clean. So also with Narcotics Anonymous, I go to workshops, help set up, Celebrate Recovery Day. I volunteer in church. That's,
Okay.
I really do go out of my way with my work today.
Thank you for that. Ms. Johnson, continuing on, I'd like to go now to the employment history component of your application. Is it fair to say the last time you worked as a nurse was when you worked at the Trinity Medical Clinic in Selmer, Tennessee, when ultimately you agreed to suspend your license?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's been roughly 10 years since you've been in nursing. Is that
I know.
also accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you privy to some of the regulations and laws with the nursing board that if you've been out of practice for 5 years, that there are certain refresher courses that the board, must send, eligible applicants to, should they decide to restore your license?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it looks like you have been doing some continuing ed, but it's probably fair to say, right, that you need some refreshing, especially in the clinical setting?
It probably would not hurt. I'll just tell you that if that's the requirement that I have to walk through, I'm willing to, but it probably wouldn't hurt.
Yes. And in your current role, where are you currently employed now?
I work with Region 4 Timber Hills Mental Health Facilities.
All right. And what do you do there?
I am peer support, certified peer support in Tishomingo.
Wait, I'm sorry. What? I can't hear. Okay,
I'm sorry. I'm
no,
a
it's mixed
certified
me.
peer support in Tishomingo County and Alcorn counties.
Okay. And what are your job duties in that role?
Well, I help with individuals that are struggling from addiction as well with mental health. And when they come in, sometimes they need jobs, places to stay. I help them find resources and connections that could help them, like the food banks around the area. If they need treatment, then I am able to provide them with locations and get them set up. I follow people after they get out of treatment. And this is, with our treatment facility, but all treatment facilities, and follow them until their needs are met.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I'm sorry, I'm still trying to, I guess it's just me. I'm pretty hard of hearing. Okay, so you did testify to your role there as a certified peer support. You said, I'm sorry, peer support
Specialist.
specialist. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Okay. And if you were to, if the board were to restore licensure to you, do you have prospective employment? Would you continue on with the Region 4 in a different capacity? Is there some other
Yeah.
position that you're eyeing? Can you tell the board what your plans are?
Well, I've vested at 8 years, so I plan on making that 8-year mark for retirement purposes, but continue on working. This is a good facility. This is a good employment. It's challenged me in a lot of areas, and I'm proud of that today. But the opportunity that presents would be working in the treatment facility, helping a nurse practitioner establish needs and, assess as well if they're capable or meet criteria for treatment.
Okay. All
But
right.
I would still work, at the facility.
Okay. So it may not be what your testimony, let me make sure I understand you, that while the board might entertain and actually restore your license, your testimony is that you may not necessarily work as a nurse as you are wanting to pursue and continue with your position with Region 4?
Well, I would work in the capacity as an LPN when the nurse that's currently with us, when she's on vacation or out, like we had, furlough, a lot of it going on, and there wasn't anybody to take her place. I would be able to step in as a nurse also, but I would continue my position regardless. So
Okay.
it'd be dual roles.
What would your duties be if you were to step in that nurse role as you described?
It would be assessing the client if they meet criteria for treatment, monitoring them while they're there, like their blood pressures, their glucose, their treatment needs, working with the nurse practitioner as far as communication and having her as, liaison. But that's basically their role at the treatment facility.
Okay. And just for clarity's sake, is it your testimony that you're not currently performing nursing duties there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Because just your testimony, it sounded like some of the things that you mentioned were the very same things you're currently doing. So I wanted to make sure. When you talk about assessing clients for treatment, I just want to make sure that was something you mentioned that you did.
That's what we do is peer support, if
Okay.
they meet criteria to going into like treatment facilities, not like physical assessment, but mental assessment.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. I just wanted to make
Oh, I'm
sure.
sorry. Yes,
So,
ma'am.
and you do understand, Ms. Johnson, that, given the fact you've been out of nursing for a while, and the fact that you did have drug history here, the board, if they decide to restore your license, they may impose several years of conditions of drug screening classes, et cetera, maybe even prohibited practice conditions upon your license. Are you willing to accept those conditions? Should the board
Yes,
panel
ma'am.
institute those?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We'll continue on with your application. We're almost complete. Part G asks that you list any professional practice related rehabilitation activities that address basically the underlying reason of why you lost your license. Can you just tell the board those rehabilitative activities that you undertook?
With my recovery, I volunteer with a bridge house. That's the men and women sober living. I chair meetings at Celebrate Recovery and also do the Narcotics Anonymous. I do a lot of chairing there as well. I volunteer with the homeless. It's in Burnsville. That's something that just opened up and I participate in helping them find resources as well as clothes and nutritional needs and employment. I volunteer with my church. We do a lot of outreach in our community. as well as having the sober living, but, having fundraisers for them.
Okay. All right. Is it your testimony today that as part of your application that you have submitted requisite affidavits so that the board can review those in support of your application for restoration?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is it your testimony that at least 3 of those 5 are nurses?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And also, would it be accurate to say that the affiants that have supplied these supportive affidavits, they do understand and know why you surrendered or lost your
Absolutely.
license?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that your testimony further, you would say that the information contained in those affidavits are certainly reflective of, they're all consistent and it's for the board's review of why you lost
Yes.
your license? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I do want to point out, Ms. Johnson, in your application, and it's going to be the 3rd tab, you included drug screens, and I believe you labeled this documentation of sobriety. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you just tell the panel, there are 2016 and maybe one on 2017 that were excused. Where are these drug screens from?
These are from my drug court. We had 3 years of drug testing, and this could have been like any day. You had to call in at 3 o'clock and to see if you had to go and give a urine sample.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's what these are from.
Okay. And just for clarity's sake, again, I mean, those are 4+ years out. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if we were to test you today, how would you test?
Well, okay. Recently, I've had a kidney stone to lodge in my junction in my left ureter. So they prescribed me medication for that. But that is all that's in my system. And I mean, I drug test as well for my employment. They routinely drug test us here. I didn't think that would be admissible though, since it was biased and I worked for them.
Yeah. Is it a quasi-state group though? Isn't it quasi-state, Region 8, Region 4?
Regional.
Yeah. Isn't it affiliated with the state?
Yes,
Region?
ma'am, it is.
Okay, right. Okay, so that would have been permissible for us to receive that
Oh.
information. But neither here nor there. What medication are you on or have taken due to a kidney stone?
They have prescribed me some Zofran and some hydrocodone, and I've got the thing right here from Dr. McKinney, and then Jamie Frick was a walk-in clinic on that Good Friday evening. That's when it had started. The only time I've ever been prescribed medication for pain was when I had kidney stones and they had done 2 lithotripsies and stents.
And I can relate, I've had my share of kidney stones, so I know how painful they are. But I am curious, Ms. Johnson, when you spoke with the provider, did you talk with your provider about your substance use history?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
He's been my provider for a few years now. And yes, I disclosed that. And he is aware of my role that it's played in my life.
Okay.
But at that time, it was severe. And he had gave me Toradol, and that did help. But when it was pure blood, and I even have a recording from the nurse, they are sending me to an endocrinologist because my kidneys, when they done one CT scan this past time, it showed I was having kidney failure, that the stones are really not my problem. It's my kidneys that are scarred from kidney stones.
Okay.
So he's sending me to another urologist.
Well, let's go then, Ms. Johnson, to B7. I know you can't really see that, but it's your prescription profile
Uh-huh.
with me.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's go to the second page of that prescribing.
Okay.
If you look at that profile, do you see where what I see, in that you've got several hydrocodone prescriptions, the first one of July 2018, and
Mhm.
then the next round would be April 2019, that went all the way for a year into April 2020.
Often now, that's when I had kidney stones, but you're welcome to pull my record at the hospitals. I will sign whatever waiver that there is.
Sure. And again, with all due respect, Ms. Johnson, this is your hearing, right?
Right,
Your burden to show why you should have the opportunity to have your license restored, correct?
right. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you're explaining the situation here, again, I want to make sure we're very clear for the record. You're stating on the record that your prescriptions for hydrocodone on the dates that are provided here on your profile are
Mhm.
exclusively for kidney stone issues.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I also see here different providers from different areas of the state.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, you testified that
Yeah.
Dr. McKinney was your primary physician, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I'm seeing here other providers from a Tupelo office,
Uh-huh.
and an Iuka office. Would you
Right.
agree with me?
The Tupelo office is my urologist where they performed the surgery twice.
Okay.
The Iuka office was when I had to walk in on Good Friday. I couldn't hardly walk and was in the floor because it was, it hurting so bad, but that is all.
Okay. And is it your testimony? And again, I just want to make sure the record's clear that the time that you've been working with Region 4 and the time that you've taken this hydrocodone, that you've been drug tested at Region 4?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you ever tested positive for hydrocodone and had to explain why?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I have.
Okay. And the reason I asked, because there was a whole year of you receiving that medication.
Not consistently. No, ma'am. There was a 7/12 that was prescribed, but then we go down to April of 19. Then that's when the kidney stone had started again. 9/16, I went back to the emergency room. They done a CAT scan and it was lodged. 10/7 was Dr. Simp. That was the Tupelo they had sent me to that put in the stent and also done the lithotripsy through my ureter. On 10/14, I went back because I was passing so much blood. He wanted me back in there, and he did another surgery. On 10/18, all of these are his offices. And I followed up with them. 10/21, the stent was replaced, and 10/30, it was removed that day. And I did not receive any more until 11/4/19. That was when I was passing another kidney stone, and he has CAT scans. He'll send you to get tested before, because he doesn't just write prescriptions, especially with somebody that has a background. And I thought I was clear from them because I did pass that one and they sent it off, and I did not have another one until April of the next year. Then it was 3/21.
Right.
There is evidence, and I'm willing to get treatment to stop them.
Sure. Sure. I just, for the purpose of this hearing, though, you do understand the board's position, right? They are here to
Right.
protect the public.
I'm just doing this for a goal to walk through. And if it's an open door, I'm grateful for it. But like I said, it's just something I was wanting to do.
And
And
one
I'll
last question.
provide whatever proof.
Okay. And one last question on that topic before we move on to finish up your application. You did testify that your sobriety date was August 23rd, 2012, correct?
Right.
Right. So how do you reconcile then the hydrocodone that you've recently taken?
That is my recovery date, because if something happens, you don't change your sobriety date. That was an emergency issue that was prescribed to me willingly and knowingly. Also, the first one I ever got, my sponsor that lives by me, she kept the bottle and only gave it to me when I was really hurting. Oh, Lord. I'm sorry. But it is my sobriety date. There's going to be times where people have to have medications in emergencies, but that doesn't mean that you lapsed or relapsed.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation, Ms. Johnson. Finally, you did include a letter of recommendation from your current employer. I believe that's going to be for the board panel's review behind the 4th tab.
Okay.
Is that correct? It's
Yes,
dated
ma'am.
January 28, 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Johnson, that does complete testimony regarding your application. Do you have anything else that you would like to share with the board?
No, ma'am. I just thank you for the opportunity.
No further questions.
Okay, well, I think now we will let the board members, any board members that have questions, ask questions. So, Ms. Johnson, I'm going to turn it over and let any board members that may have questions of you ask questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, who's going to go first? Or does anybody have questions?
I do have questions.
Okay, Ms. Culpepper is going to ask you some questions.
Ms. Johnson, I have a few questions for you in regards to this. Based on your PMP, we're seeing when I go back in your PMP and I'm looking at the dates and the fact that you've had 11 providers in 3 years. And I'm looking back, even as early as this year, from March 23rd to April 5th, that's like a 2-week period. There was a total of 43 hydrocodone prescribed to you.
Mm-hmm.
And then you look at other areas such as October 7th, 2019 through October 30th, a 1-month period where you were
Yes.
prescribed 64 tablets.
Yes.
And then previously in 2019, for a 1-month period, 81 tablets. So looking at your PMP and you given us your sobriety date, do you believe yourself to continue sobriety, even though you are receiving narcotics?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So,
They are used responsibly and not misused.
and so with you saying that, I understand kidney stones very well. I myself have experienced them. With that being said, what other alternatives have you attempted with your physician without the use of narcotics?
We've tried Toradol. I've also went to an endocrinologist, Dr. Balavo, to have a urine study done and see why, if I wasn't putting out, enough urine versus what I was putting in. I've also went to several urologists, and, there's not any medication that you can take to prevent them. I've increased fluids, and I think it's just my kidneys that are producing them. I really don't know why. This is the only time I've ever, been prescribed something. And I've always had that documentation not just for this part, but they're going to send you to see what's wrong, you know. So, I mean, I understand. I work in the field. I fully understand how it looks on black and white. But when you're doubled over, you're just looking for a relief. And, you know, I'm not able to, you know, just misuse them like I used to. There's not a reason other than pain, and they are not misused.
And so,
And I do consider myself in recovery. My total patterns have changed as far as the way I've handled things, stressors, triggers, things like that. What had sent me in addiction, spiraled addiction, was my mother passing away in 2010. Before I started using, my mental status was, I was not of capability to perform duty as a nurse. I think God's seen out for that part because I was spiraling.
so
But
that statement, I just want to follow up with 2 more questions. And that's all I'll have for you. So you're telling us as well with this information that you've given us that you've exhausted every other treatment source with your physicians other than narcotics. But with that being said, you say that you're going to remain at the facility you're currently working at. How will your role change in the situation of access to narcotics?
well, you don't have any access to narcotics there. You're just assessing clients for treatments as far as physical part. Now you may check blood sugars, and I evidently check blood pressures and as well as wellness period. But you know, in that field, that's a treatment facility. We don't have access to that part. I'm not seeking this for a roll back into working 2 jobs and, you know, access like crazy and things like that. I'm looking this as far as an opportunity to work in both environments, dual environments, as a nurse and as a peer support.
And so just to clarify on that question, you will not be accessing medication or administering medications?
No. Well, I mean, maintenance, you know, if they come in with antidepressants and things like that, yes, you are the responsible person to administer wellness, but they can't even come in with trazodone there. You know, it's just, they have a prescription to come in on.
The only other question that I had for you was a concern for me is when meeting twice a month, do you feel like it's sufficient to maintain your sobriety, especially seeing that you went back into the nursing field, which we all know from the last year or so has become very stressful and overwhelming? And so with that being said, do you believe that only twice a month meetings is sufficient? And what is your plan if you
For
find
therapy?
yourself in the situation of where you have an increased stress level? What is your backup plan?
Okay, is the twice a month for therapy? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, I mean, are you attending your sobriety meetings? Because I recall you
Yes.
saying you were going to them in IUCO, correct?
Right. Yes, I'm going to the Narcotics Anonymous and Celebrate Recovery, and that's weekly. The therapy is twice a month with Miss Kathy Tweedy.
And so do you have a backup plan should you need it?
Yes, we do a wellness recovery action plan. It's a tool to help identify your stress levels, your triggers and everything before the relapse occurs, your patterns of behavior. Yes, I do have a backup plan. In my field, I'm lucky to work with people that see before I do the changes or the stress level. And yeah, it has been rough being even a peer support. Last year was really rough losing family members during it. But yeah, I do have a good support system today. I know I can increase that support system today if I needed to. That's just, I think that was God-given gifts to me in the future.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson. That's all the question I have for you.
Okay.
Any other board members have questions? Okay,
Actually,
oh, you do, okay, go ahead.
Ms. Johnson, this is Laura Moore. I just wanted to see if you could give a little bit more of a history on, I guess your prescription fraud, and kind of tell us a little bit about, I know you said that you were using a lot of different drugs at that time. If you could just kind of give us a little bit more information on during that time, what were the prescriptions? Just a little bit more detail on that.
Okay. During that time, I was spiraling, and it wasn't just the opioids. That is the black and white picture, I spiraled down with, but, and I still kept spiraling after that. It's just not on paper. As far as what had happened is I had wrote on the bottom of a prescription hydrocodone, twice, I think it was, with Dr. Simp, and also obtained it illegally, without a prescription at my nursing home that I worked in. And after that, after I didn't have access to narcotics or anything, I started using other substances like meth, and I also used alcohol. I give my story freely. That's something that we have to do as far as a peer support and our role. But it's something that I like to revisit and remind myself how easy it was to get down and spiral.
The prescriptions, were you writing on the bottom of a prescription that was given to you by a physician, or was it something that
Yes.
a physician you worked for?
No, it was a prescription at the bottom of a urologist.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from board members? Ms. Thompson, do you have read cross? or-
No, you're still closing.
Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Johnson. I think
Yes.
At this point, we've heard all the testimony. And Ms. Thompson, do you want to do a closing statement?
Just briefly,
Board?
and Ms. Johnson may want to as well. Just before the panel today, Ms. Johnson did submit an application seeking restoration of her LPN license. There is no issue with regard to her criminal issues as they've been expunged, but I think what has stemmed from the criminal issues is the use of the hydrocodone. And I think the concern for the panel today would be, as testimony has shown, that Ms. Johnson does admit freely and explains freely that she's taken the hydrocodone due to a kidney stone issue. However, Ms. Johnson is still adamant that her sobriety date is August 23rd, 2012. That might be of some concern to the panel. I would proffer that it is and should be a concern. However, should the panel consider to allow Ms. Johnson the opportunity to practice, the state would just ask that the panel impose some conditions upon her license, certainly some drug screening. Certainly, she's been out of nursing for 10 years, so she would definitely need some refreshing to the practice, as well as some prohibited areas, because it has been quite some time. Barring anything further, what is interesting, I guess my last point on the hydrocodone is that, again, the panel is charged with the duty to review and examine the evidence based on the burden that Ms. Johnson carries. Should the panel not believe that she's met that evidentiary burden, then the panel certainly must deny the application. To the converse, if the panel does deem that she's met that burden, then again, the state would just ask that you impose those conditions as previously stated. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, do you have anything that you want to state to the board now in the way of a closing argument or a closing statement, a summary, anything that you want to say to the board before they deliberate?
I just want to thank you for this time, an opportunity that you're given just to review and refresh. I understand the concerns. And I do consider that as my sobriety date. Those are not my patterns. I have changed completely. And I think, this is a character on trial as far as black and white on, being convicted of a crime. And I understand your character is, you go deep into that. But, it is what it is. I just thank you for that opportunity, and I hope I get to grow in this field. And if not, I understand. I'm almost 50, and my grandkids are the most important thing in my life at this time. And I don't want to get so focused and tunneled into making that my priority. I want to work as a dual in this field. I think it would be really awesome testimony for others to see how you can come back, and restore yourself. And that's the best thing. I love my job today. It does not depend on conditions or anything. And I want to leave you with that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson.
You're welcome.
At this point, I would entertain a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussion and deliberations of an appealable order.
I'll make the motion.
All in favor? Okay, at this point, the board will go into executive session and off the record to deliberate. Does she wait here? How does that work?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, we will do that and get back with you when we come out of executive session, Ms. Johnson.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, you can yield.
Okay.
Come in. Come in. We're gonna still, just put on that over there, if you don't mind. We're still in executive session and, I can hear what's being said. Probably you can go, but you know, I want you to go. Should be here just in case you never know what's going to be said. Or you don't know if they're going to have something to ask. Sure. You know, and I want them to know that you are very concerned about this. You're not here getting yourself concerned. You're yourself concerned. So,
I know it's your family crest over there.
yeah.
Scottish. It's kind of. I was getting into that a while back, just looking at some of my old stuff. But you know, Mathis, Sims, Pittman, and then Huber from.
You would be German, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Where did Huber come from? Oh, that's right. That's right. Your grandmother. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Grandma. Oh my. But yeah, I was looking into some of that, some of the family crests over there. For everything from German to, I think I'd have to look with Mathis. I want to say Mathis, maybe they're Scottish or English. But yeah, I was just asking because I suppose you did too as well, right? With family crest.
I did too, what?
As far as, you know, look at your ancestry or understand,
I did.
look back into different things like that. It's always interesting.
So tell me what did you find out about your folks?
I got as far back on one side, which there's a history teacher that I was actually into at Jones that I wouldn't. I think his name is Mr. Molds.
About not Paul. Gosh, I know who you talking about. I know him extremely well. I just can't call his first name.
Yeah,
Yeah, his mother was a Simmons.
Yeah,
She would have been a sister to your grandmother, I think.
yeah. So we got back, and I actually have a book at the house, but it goes back as far as like just around here, you know, Mayflower, Carolina's 1300s. As far as that, and what's interesting is trying to go back, you know, even further than that. Dad's side, Oman, you got Oman and her family, and Iris speaks German and has been over there. I've only visited with the German family, I think twice when they come over here to Mississippi, but then her father's side, and then as far back as I can get, there's some pictures that Dad had with, I think, World War I German, and then I think his name is Jacob, but with a K-O-B. Yeah, kind of hit or miss on that side just because don't really, you know the details and all that.
If you ever get a head on the time you money, you don't file there and find out.
I would look at the house. They've got a little app. It's called Duolingo. You can download for free. But like at the house, I've been taking it's like little sentences for German. Like it teaches you, you know, coffee and milk is, you know, coffee and milk. You know, little
Smart people, very advanced.
Exactly. That type of heritage, you know, is more. It's interesting to me.
So what did you find out about the Pittman, your Pittman side? Or did you find out anything?
Well, Othley, even through all this, Othley and the Mathis side was actually intertwined as well. Or, well, Othley and the Sims. Somehow, like, apparently Mother and Daddy and Mama would have been like, I think, 7th or 8th cousins. Somehow, Othley tied to them somewhere. And on the Pittman, as far as Othley, and then Chance and all them, not that much, I suppose. Not that much. I got the book from Molds, and then there's discussions at one of these big Sims family reunions that they had over there before out in the Carolinas and stuff, and then 1300s ish, but the details in between all that, it's kind of hidden there. Hey, do you know Jim and Darlene? They were telling me, which I laughed about that, but Jim did the ancestry.com thing, and he's.
I wouldn't do that, but go ahead.
You wouldn't?
No, I'd be afraid to.
To find out. Well, Jim found out he was kin to Mute Night.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you find out how? Just some kind of DNA connection.
Yeah, something. But he's Jim's son. I'm 31, be 32. He's about 10 years older than me. And
Mr. Tullis,
But anyway,
can you move, please, on your side because we can hear you?
yes, he's coming to all minutes. Right now he's not speaking to me, and so, well, it's okay. He's just very moody. and
Thank you.
He's,
Realize on me. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Oh, gosh.
Yes, sir, I can still hear you. There should be a box in your upper right corner where you can click mute to mute yourself, or click on that microphone, and that microphone will mute you as well.
So when he gets mad at me, he thinks it's okay. Yeah. And he's,
On unmute.
she makes you.
Okay, Mr. Hollis, I was just made aware that your mute function may have gone off. So I just want to make sure that you keep your microphone muted if you prefer to have confidential conversations. So we will proceed with the hearing here momentarily, so just hang tight, please. Thank you.
Make sure it's me. It's okay. Anyway, she, yes, I feel sorry for her. And honestly, she's not my attorney names, but they don't say she's really smart too. It's amazing.
Thank you.
Mr. Fellows, so I think
Is someone
it's like-
else in here?
Yeah. No, don't ask. Come back. I need-
Awesome. Do some. One of his parents doing that.
His mother, Betty, is super sweet to me. Just his mom was funny, just overly sweet. I lost furniture from him, and they gave me a deal on it. Just super sweet.
He told he had told me that his father just didn't do much. He was retired. He had stayed home. Didn't do much.
Yeah. Well, they're at that time of age. Imagine, I couldn't tell you how
Mine,
much.
they look for practically mine. I think that Cindy and I are about the same age. I think she is just 2 years younger.
Okay. We're back on the record. During deliberations, the board came to a decision. The three board members who, Ms. Shirley Jackson, Ms. Sandra Culpepper, and Ms. Laura Moore were the deliberating board members. Ms. Mary Stewart or Dr. Stewart did not participate. She was the alternate. A motion was made to come out of executive session, and there was a vote taken and a motion and a vote taken on the decision. And at this time, is this the time for me to announce the decision? Okay. Ms. Johnson, the board has made a decision. You will be, Becky Johnson, and I'm going to read the highlights of the decision from the board. You will ultimately get a written copy of this order with more detail, but I'm going to tell you now just the highlights of what the board decided, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Becky Johnson will be reinstated, license number P-316996. She will be reinstated, and she'll be allowed to obtain a restricted license after she's met certain conditions and stipulations within 180 days after the date of this order. You'll sign a compliance affidavit incorporating the terms of this order. You will, prior to being issued the restricted license, you must meet with the board's compliance officer in the board office to discuss compliance with the affidavit as with compliance with the stipulations. In addition, you will be required to obtain an evaluation for chemical dependency and substance abuse. You will be required to undergo a psychiatric psychological evaluation within 60 days. And you will be assessed a fine of $250. After completion of those stipulations, you will obtain your license, a probationary license, and that probation will include certain conditions on the license, including indirect supervision. You will have certain prohibited areas of practice that will be listed in the order. And for the first 36 months, except under special circumstances and conditions, employment will be limited from the critical care areas where rapid change is anticipated or where patient acuity level is unstable. During that time, you will abstain from any addictive substances. You will be required to undergo drug screens periodically or regularly, monthly drug screens. There will also be unannounced drug screens performed. Okay, and you will get a copy of this order with more detail in it in the mail.
Okay.
Are there any questions? from
No, ma'am.
anybody? Ma'am? Okay, is that it then? Are we?
We're ready for the next.
Okay, then thank you, Ms. Johnson, and you will hear from the board shortly or in the next couple of weeks. I'm not sure how long it takes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Off the record.
Off the record. Okay, I stumbled through that, y'all. I'm sorry. We are on the record now, and we're here for the matter of Mr. Jacob Pittman, a matter that was called on for hearing. His license is R-898629, but I understand that there has been a proposed settlement agreement, and I'm going to let Wesley, I'm sorry, Mutziger, discuss that with the board and explain to the board where we are.
Yes, and I do see where Mr. Tom Tillis, counsel for Mr. Pittman, is present on the Zoom feed. Mr. Tillis and I have entered into an agreed settlement proposal in the matter of his client, Jacob Pittman, for consideration by this board hearing panel in lieu of a hearing. At this time, I would ask that this be submitted to the board for its consideration to be taken up as seen fit by the board to make a decision of approval or other appropriate action.
We'll take that up at some point later this morning. Is that correct?
I would defer to the board, but yes, that is my understanding. And I will now provide a copy of that agreed settlement proposal to the board for its consideration.
Okay, do I have a motion from the board to take this proposed settlement agreement under advisement?
I move that we take this under advisement as an agreed settlement.
Okay, second, all in favor? Aye. Okay, so the board will accept that proposed settlement agreement and will
For consideration.
for consideration, and we'll deliberate and make a decision. Are there any questions for Mr. Tullis or Mr. Mutziger? Anything we need to do?
Nothing from my end, Ms. O'Neill. Mr. Tullis, you are on mute. I see any questions for the board hearing panel prior to it taking up consideration?
Yes. Yes, I'm on now. We have signed off on the proposed settlement agreement. I would ask of the board when we could expect some action on this proposal.
I believe the board is going to deliberate and take it up today. I think that you'll probably get an answer back today. Is that right, Wesley?
As I understand it, yes, Ms. O'Neill, that perhaps in the neighborhood of this early afternoon, Mr. Tullis, the plan is that we will proceed with the next matter, and the board hearing panel, if available, will take under consideration this proposal after conclusion of the next proceeding.
Will there be any need for us to be present?
I don't believe so. No,
All right.
no, Mr. Tullis, y'all, it's fine. You'll hear back from the board later today.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Bye-bye.
They're off the record on that.
Yes, ma'am.
We are here today. Is Ms. Pearson on, is she on here?
And Mariano, I do see that your microphone is currently muted. There we go.
Sorry about that. Can y'all hear us okay?
We're working on it. We can hear you, but all right, but we could be a little louder. Can you say something else? Testing?
How about now?
That's great. That's great. I'm Ellen O'Neill. I'm the hearing officer in this matter. We have 4 of the board members present, 3 of which will be the deliberating board members, 1 of which will be the alternate. Which ones are going to be?
It will be Laura Moore, Sandra Culpepper, Shirley Jackson will hear this one, and Mary will be the alternate.
Okay. So we are here today in the case of Miss Anita Pearson, license number P-222925. Ms. Pearson is, I see, represented by attorney Mariano Barbier. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Okay, great. We are ready to go proceed. Do y'all have any witnesses?
Miss Pearson.
Okay, can we go ahead and get her sworn in then? Ms. Court Reporter?
Would you raise your right hand, Ms. Pearson?
Yes, ma'am.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. I believe at this point, Mr. Barbier, we will let the state proceeds first and explains the case and where we are. Is that right? No,
Actually,
this is a restoration, isn't it?
correct.
Okay, this is a restoration, so the burden is on them. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, let's do, if y'all want to do opening statements, does anybody have an opening statement?
And even if we may, Ms. O'Neill, prior to that, I would go ahead and ask for the admission of exhibits in this matter. The state would move that exhibits B1 through B9, B9 identified as Circuit Court of Pearl River County, Mississippi court records, be admitted into the record.
Okay. Mr. Barbier, have you received a copy of those exhibits and reviewed them?
I have, and I've reviewed them. I have no objection. The only thing I would note is on exhibit B8, the restoration packet. On page 4, there's a mistake. On page 4, it says that she's been employed with Dr. Camaro since 2010, and that should be 2011. And I apologize for that mistake, but I just wanted to clarify that for the record. It's page 4 of the restoration packet, which would be exhibit B8.
Have the board members made a note of that? Can we do that? And Mr. Mutsak, can we get that? I think we can just make a handwritten notation in the exhibits to correct it. And with that notation and correction, exhibits B, do you have any objection to that correction, Mr. Mutsak, first?
I want to make sure I understand the correction, and I am on page, what I believe to be, yes, page 4 of exhibit B8, and I am not seeing a date. I want to make sure that we are clear as to what's being corrected. Is this on part of the application? Is this on an affidavit, Mariano?
As I understand it, is page 4 of the application. On the top half of the page, there are several names of the affidavits which submitted. Just above that, it says, after my conviction and sentencing, I gained employment with Dr. Francisco Camaro in November of 10. That should be 11.
I have no objection to that correction.
Okay, with that correction then, exhibits B1 through B9 will be admitted into evidence in this matter. Okay, with that, do either of you have an opening statement or summary that you'd like to make to the board?
I'll make a brief opening, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Barbier.
Thank you, Mayor. Please the board. I'm Mariano Barbier here on behalf of Ms. Pearson on this application for restoration of her nursing license. By way of background, back in 2011, she was convicted of 1 count to intimidate a witness, which related to a bail bond business that she had at the time. The conviction had nothing to do with anything in the medical field or in her practice as a nurse. She was convicted and sentenced to 1 year of house arrest and 1 year of post-release supervision, which she completed. She was ordered to pay a fine, which she did, and completed all of the requirements of the court. Has not been in any type of trouble. There've been no arrest, convictions, or anything since that time. And she has since that time remained employed. Like we just corrected Exhibit B8 since 2011 with Dr. Francisco Camaro, family practitioner here on the coast, very well respected. And we have submitted as part of the application packet, I think it's 10 affidavits and letters from folks throughout the coast that have had interaction with Ms. Pearson since the conviction, to include dentists, to include certified nurse, board certified nurse practitioners, nurses, as well as folks in home health and hospice areas, all related to the health field. And as you can note from the affidavit submitted, everyone to a T that has known Carol for over the last 10 years knows that she is very remorseful for what happened. She paid a heavy price because it not only cost her nursing license, bail bonding license, but also affected her marriage and other areas of her life. She recognizes that she made a mistake, but she tried to make things right. She did everything she was asked by the court and has now applied for reinstatement. I also would like to note that her record has been expunged as of October 25th, 2019, and that was B9 is that exhibit. She has also completed 20 hours of continuing education and has worked as an office manager and since the expungement as a medical tech for Dr. Camaro, and then Dr. Camaro's office was bought out by Memorial Hospital, so she is now employed through Memorial Hospital. We certainly appreciate the board taking the time this morning to hear this matter, and we're here to answer any questions that you have, but we're ready to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barbier. Mr. Mutziger, do you have anything you'd like to say to the board?
Just very briefly, I would reiterate what has been said by Mr. Barbier in that Ms. Pearson was in fact convicted of conspiracy to intimidate a witness. And on approximately October the 3rd, 2011, this Board of Nursing denied her application for renewal of her LPN license. And that was a result of that criminal conviction. Today, the burden is carried by Ms. Pearson to show why her nursing license should be restored. She carries that burden to essentially show this board that she is safe to return to practice and competent to return to practice as a nurse. I ask that the board today consider all evidence and testimony duly admitted and make a decision that is in line with the protection of the public, that is the consumers of healthcare in this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mutziger. Okay, Mr. Barbier, it's on y'all now, so you may call your first witness.
Thank you. Call Ms. Pearson. State your full name, please.
Anita Carol Pearson.
And do you go by Carol?
I go by Carol, yes.
Is the board okay if I refer to her as Carol throughout the proceeding?
That's fine.
Okay. Carol, where do you live?
Ocean Springs, Mississippi.
Okay. And you've been down here on the coast since when?
2009, I moved.
Okay. Now you've heard my opening statement. We've been over your conviction in the Circuit Court, Pearl River County, Mississippi, back in 2011. You were convicted of intimidation of a witness.
Correct.
Conspiracy to intimidate a witness. Okay. Since that time, did you complete the sentence that was handed down by the Circuit Court of Pearl River County?
Yes, I did.
You did 1 year of house arrest?
Correct.
And 1 year of post-release supervision?
Correct.
Okay. Since that time, up and through today, April 14, 2021, have you been arrested for anything else?
No, sir.
Have you had any other convictions?
No, sir.
Have you had any trouble with the law at all whatsoever?
No, sir.
Have you had any issues with drugs or alcohol?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Now, can you tell the board since your conviction in 2011, what have you done in terms of employment?
I gained employment with Dr. Francisco Camara, which I had been employed with him previously as his office manager, like you stated. And also since October the 1st of 2020, I became employed with Memorial Hospital. As you stated also, prior to that, when I got the letter that my charges had been expunged, Dr. Camara then talked to me and I became a tech in his office, a medical tech.
Okay, since 2011 up and through 2019, when your record was expunged, were you working with him in your office in the capacity as office manager?
Office manager, yes, sir.
And you had, in that capacity, do you interact with not only patients coming into the office, but also with billing people in the hospitals or insurance companies, as well as pharmaceutical reps and other type of folks?
Correct. Hospice, home health, I managed all that paperwork, yes.
Okay, and so you had a chance to interact with a Cynthia Plummer.
Correct.
Is she with Southern Hospice?
Correct.
And Steve Maddox?
Mississippi Home Care, yes.
He's with Home Care?
Home health.
Okay. And as part of your job with Dr. Camara's office, you also have interacted with Ron Miller?
Yes, sir. He's a nurse practitioner, worked part-time.
Okay. And so is Betty Edrington?
Edrington, nurse practitioner, also currently employed by Memorial with Dr. Camara.
And how about Flo Allen?
She was the LPN in the office.
Okay. And so all these folks that I just mentioned that have provided affidavits, which are part of Exhibit B8, those are all folks that you have interacted with over the last 10 years?
Correct.
Okay. Tell us, since 2010 or over the last, since you put in your restoration packet, what, if any, continuing education have you completed?
I did the online, 20 hours online education, continuing education.
And that's also part of the restoration packet, the the completion certificates?
Yes, sir.
I believe, yeah, certificates of completion.
Correct.
Okay. And so you have completed your 20 hours.
Correct.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about what, if any, involvement you have in the community as far as things you do. Do you do anything, in terms of trying to help out in the community?
Yeah, I'm currently active in church. I also have always been active with helping the elderly. I do Fishes and Loaves, which is in Ocean Springs. I help out with feeding people, caring for them if necessary, if they need to go different places. I donate items, whatever's needed there. So I love doing that kind of work.
Okay, and you mentioned you attend church. Where do you attend church?
Silver Run Baptist Church in Popperville. That's my home church.
Okay.
That's where I grew up at.
Okay. And since you got into the trouble in Pearl River County again, have you been in any other type of, and I'm saying trouble, let me be more specific, involving any type of criminal activity?
Oh, no, sir.
You haven't been arrested for anything?
Not even a speeding ticket. No, sir.
All right. And can you tell the board why you're asking them to reinstate your license?
Nursing has always been a passion of mine. I was influenced by my aunt, which was a nurse. I started off as a medical assistant, a certified nursing aide, working in the hospital. I worked for the doctor that actually delivered me years ago. My son had cancer and had to be treated at St. Jude, which was a big impression upon my nursing career. We traveled a lot. I had to, work at different areas, but helping people has always been my greatest accomplishment in life. I love people. I love older people, and I hope that I can continue to do that. I love my job now. I'm very grateful that Memorial Hospital has gave me the opportunity to be a nurse tech for them. And I hope you take that into consideration also. Thank you.
And Carol, are you Are you sorry for what you?
Oh, yes, it ruined my life. It did. It ruined my marriage. I lost everything. I lost home. My children stood by me, but I lost everything. There's no words to compare what happened for what I did. And I know what I did was wrong. I really do. And I'm very, very sorry for what I did.
I believe that's all I have at this point.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Newtiger may have questions for you.
I do. So good morning, Ms. Pearson.
Good morning.
So Ms. Pearson, you were convicted of conspiracy to intimidate a witness around 2010, 2011. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay. And just very briefly, what were the circumstances of that conviction?
It transpired with a gentleman that I had on a bond and had a bench warrant on him signed by a judge. Went to pick him up, which I didn't. It was my bounty hunter, put him back in jail. At that time, he threatened my life, my family, my bail bondsman's at the time. And that's basically where the charges came from, was threatening.
Okay. And so the judgment of the court in terms of your sentencing, what were you required to do as a result of this conviction?
To serve 1 year house arrest, 1 year post-release probation, pay $1,000 fine to the court.
And did you abide by those requirements?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you completed your sentence requirements. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And as your counsel pointed out, in approximately 2019, you in fact obtained an order expunging this criminal record. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And you've previously testified you have no other criminal history?
No, sir.
And Ms. Pearson, you understand that a criminal conviction, while maybe not obtained during the course of employment as a nurse, could in fact weigh towards your ability to practice as a nurse with integrity and honesty. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And since your completion, actually, let me rephrase. At what point did you complete the conditions of the sentence?
They were completing 8/18 of 2013.
And so do I understand correctly that while under criminal sentence for the crime, you were actually employed at Dr. Camaro's clinic?
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Camaro and the clinic, they were aware of your circumstances?
Yes, sir.
They were aware of your criminal conviction, to be specific.
Yes, sir.
And as you were denied renewal of your nursing license in 2011, what exactly was your title while working at this medical clinic?
I was his office manager.
His office manager.
Yes, sir.
And has that always been your title while working for Dr. Camaro?
During this time, yes, sir. Since 2011, I was employed as office manager.
And when did your employment stop with Dr. Camaro?
October the 1st of 2020, when he joined Memorial Hospital of Gulfport.
And you've testified today that you've been asked to remain as a nurse tech.
I'm not clear on that answer. I would.
Do you presently have employment, Ms. Pearson, with Memorial Hospital?
Yes, sir, I do as a medical tech. Yes, sir.
Medical tech, so not a nurse tech, a medical tech?
Just a medical tech. Yes, sir. That's my title.
So would you please describe for the board, let's begin with your role as, I believe you said, office manager.
Yes, sir.
What duties did you perform with Dr. Camaro from 2011 until 2020 as office manager?
I did all of the paperwork in the office. I was over the billing. I assisted the paperwork with hospice and with home health and duties such as that, office duties, filing and other things.
Well, Ms. Pearson, you did say all paperwork. Am I to assume that you also completed medical documentation requiring a nursing license?
No, sir.
Okay, would you clarify what you mean in terms of the paperwork you completed?
Just office paperwork related to the office. I did not have anything to do with medical records such as that. I didn't complete any medical records.
So you did not function as a nurse from 2011 to 2020 while in that clinic?
No, sir. I was an office manager.
Let's take a look at the affidavit provided by Dr. Camaro. It's going to be a slightly different color. Actually, that one, I apologize, that is from Flo Allen of the Camaro Medical Clinic.
So not Dr. Camaro's affidavit?
Yes, I would like to draw your attention to the affidavit by Dr. Camaro. My apologies. The affidavit that I had shown the board is from the Camaro Medical Clinic, but not performed actually by Mr. Camaro. One moment, if it will please the board.
Sure. It's an affidavit by Dr. Camaro himself.
I believe it is the last amongst the affidavits in the restoration application.
Everybody found it? This is what my. If you look at the bottom of that one, Ms. Jackson, see it says, does it? Yeah, there's a typo. And there's one that's written on him. Okay, I see it, okay. I see it, there's one right before it too. I got it, okay.
All right, very
I think
good.
we're all on the same page now. Go ahead, Mr. McTaggart.
Thank you. Ms. Pearson, did Dr. Camaro submit an affidavit on your behalf today for your application of restoration of your nursing license?
Yes, sir, he did.
Is that affidavit, in fact, in two segments, one handwritten and one typed?
Yes, sir.
In examining the typed statement by Dr. Camaro, you would agree that that was completed November 16th, 2020. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I would ask that you read for the record, please, the first paragraph of the affidavit submitted by Dr. Camaro.
I have had the pleasure of employing and supervising Anita Carroll Pearson for a period of 10 years while she worked in my family medical clinic. Prior to her current employment, she worked in the ER as a nurse that I was medical director of at the time. She then proceeded to work for me at my family medical clinic as a nurse for 10 years.
So, Ms. Pearson, you may be aware of the ensuing question. Dr. Camaro states that you worked as his nurse for the next 10 years. So again, I ask you, Did you work as a nurse with Dr. Camaro, or did you work as an office manager?
I was an office manager at that time. I think what he's trying to say here, I did work prior to this in his office through the ER, and then I went to his office for a number of years and worked. I did.
How long did,
Sir?
how long did you work as a nurse, Ms. Pearson, in the family medical clinic prior to losing your license?
Prior to losing?
Yes, ma'am.
I really can't give a estimate years, but it was several years.
Was it 10 years?
I don't think it was quite 10, because at the time I was employed at Garden Park ER, I did work in his office part-time and then went full-time to his office. That was
But-
back in the 1990s.
But in fact, you have worked with Dr. Camaro for a period of 10 years following losing your nursing license. Is that correct?
Correct, as an office manager.
As an office manager. So you cannot explain why then Dr. Camaro would identify you as his nurse in this affidavit.
No, sir.
And you understand that without a nursing license, you do not have the authority to practice nursing in this state.
Yes, sir.
It is your testimony today that you have not worked as a nurse while your license has been denied in this state. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay. I will leave it to the board's discretion to what weight they will attach Dr. Camaro's statement, Ms. Pearson, but be reminded the burden today is carried by you to show that you are safe and fit to return to practice.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Pearson, you have completed continuing education in anticipation of this hearing. Is that accurate?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And you stated that you completed approximately 20 hours.
Yes, sir. I have the certificates.
Okay, and it'd be fair to say the bulk of those hours were completed over a 2-day period, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you had a couple long days, I would say. April 4th, 2020, it appears that you completed 11 hours of continuing education. Is that accurate?
What was that date, April 4th?
April the 4th, 2020.
Bear with me one second. What's the, four? So what was the question about April 4th? I apologize.
The question was asking Ms. Pearson to confirm that she completed approximately 11 hours of continuing education on April 4th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that's a long day, Ms. Pearson, you would agree?
It was on the computer. Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you did not simply go in and complete continuing education for the sake of this hearing. Is that accurate?
Well, I did it for my benefit, also to get my license back. Yes, sir.
So let me rephrase. Were you able to synthesize 11 hours worth of continuing education over the course of one day?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree that some of your scores, in fact, on April the 4th, 2020 were as low as a 75 percentile. Is that correct?
I'm not really sure. I can look through it and see.
In looking at the second certificate of completion that you provided, dated April 4th, 2020, you provided a course entitled Surviving and Thriving with Conflict on the Job for 1 contact hour, passing score of 75. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. I think that's the one we just passed. 6, 7.
My point, Ms. Pearson, is that it would appear that you completed continuing education for 11 hours on the 4th, approximately 8 hours on the 3rd, and the remaining on the 8th. Do you feel adequately prepared to return to the practice of nursing, given you haven't had a nursing license since 2011?
I feel that under the supervision of Dr. Camara, where I've been employed, that I could gainfully be employed there as current, and I could, I do have a lot of knowledge. I continue to study. I mean, Dr. Camara is a teaching physician, so I learn a lot, and yes, sir, I do.
So you believe that through your experience as office manager over the last 10 years and through the 20 hours of continuing education, that you are up to snuff on your competency to practice as an LPN?
Yes, sir, because as I stated that I continue to do a lot of reading in his office. I also did a lot of internet. So yes, sir, I do.
And you agree that the board does not have evidence of what you just stated today, do they?
You talking about the reading or the internet? Obviously not of the continuing legal education. I mean, I'm sorry, not legal education, but continuing education.
That is correct. I'm referencing Ms. Pearson's response of completing various educational readings. That the question I will repeat is, Ms. Pearson, have you provided any evidence of any other educational materials or endeavors other than these certificates of completion today?
No, sir.
So if the board, in fulfilling its duty to protect the public, to ensure that if you are going to return to the practice of nursing, and ensuring that you're competent to return to the practice of nursing, if they recommended or ordered that you complete a refresher course, would you submit to that?
Yes, sir.
You would. You would complete both the didactic and the clinical portions required within an approved refresher course.
Yes, sir. If that's what I had to do. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have prospective employment as a nurse should your nursing license be restored today?
Yes, sir, I do with Memorial Hospital.
Do you have anything in writing to offer to the board to show that prospective employment?
No, sir, but they are aware of the hearing today.
Would you be willing to submit to any monitoring or additional education requirements if the board saw fit as a condition of restoring your nursing license?
Absolutely.
No further questions for Ms. Pearson.
Thank you.
Do any board members have any questions for Ms. Pearson?
I do.
Okay, we have some, one of the board members wants to ask you some questions. Ms. Pearson?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Ms. Pearson. This is Sandra Culpepper, one of the board members.
Good morning.
I just have a few questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
In reviewing your application, I noticed on there that you never noted that you had worked for Dr. Camaro during the time period that you told Mr. Mutziker that you worked for him alongside as a nurse at the ER at Garden Park. So I guess my question to you is, do you have documentation of when you worked for him from that, what would have been about 1988 to 1998, that would confirm that that was the scenario in which you suggested he's referring to?
I would have his testimony, and currently Garden Park is no longer the facility where I was employed at, so I'm not sure if they would have documentation either, but Dr. Camara's, I mean, you could get a written testimony from him.
And
So just to clarify, so when you told Wesley that you worked PRN at his office.
Yes, ma'am.
Is he not still maintaining the same office? Is just for clarification, is that what you're telling me?
Yes, ma'am. It is the same office. He moved after Hurricane Katrina. His office was damaged. And I wasn't employed with him at that time. Then he moved back to that office.
So just for clarification, so you're telling us there would be no documentation that you were employed with him, PRN, from about 1988 through 1998?
No, ma'am, not that I'm aware of. It would have to be his sworn statement or his testimony. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I would just point that under the employers, Garden Park Hospital is listed, and that was, I believe, Dr. Camaro had worked at or for Garden Park for a period of time.
He was the director for the ER.
And with that being said, then, simply because I have had the same scenario, so under Garden Park, her personnel file with Garden Park should reflect that she floated between the ER and Dr. Camaro's office, correct?
I'm not sure how they keep their personnel records. I could not answer that answer correctly.
Okay, well, moving on from that one, in your personnel file with Dr. Camaro currently, is there, because typically there is a job description, title, and list of duties performed. Is that something that you would be able to provide to the Board of Nursing?
Yes,
Like
ma'am.
this is,
Ma'am.
this is something that would have been in place when he hired you on. And
Yes,
so
ma'am.
would there be documentation of those things?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the last thing I'm going to ask is, during your employment as the office manager with Dr. Camaro, because I'm looking back on your affidavits, and there are several in regards to home health. And so from experience working home health myself,
Yes, ma'am.
did you ever provide any orders to the home health agencies, which we have several affidavits in regards to nurses providing affidavits. So did you ever provide any orders to them?
What do you mean orders? I only gave copies of his orders.
So are you saying that when you communicated with a home health agency, that it was not your nurses communicating the orders, but the office manager communicating the orders to that home health agency?
No, ma'am. The nurse in the office would communicate unless they came in the office and needed something from Dr. Camaro, and I would get it for them.
Okay, so when you did that, and I'm just trying to get some clarification.
Sure.
So when you did that, was this a verbal from him, or was this in writing from him?
It would be in writing, and I would make a copy and give them the copy.
So did he you were in the office with him when he wrote the order before you handed it off to that nursing agency?
Yes, ma'am. Most of the time that I would recall, or it would be an order that he had signed that they would come pick up if he had already left the office. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, I'm just trying to clarify.
Yes,
that
ma'am.
Dr. Camaro was in the office and wrote the order himself?
Oh, yes.
Or was it a verbal that was passed along to that nurse?
No, ma'am. It would always be a written that would be passed.
Okay, thank you.
A nurse never really came to the office, very rarely. This was a home health representative that came to the office.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that, but based on what I'm seeing in your affidavits,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
nurses are referring to working with you. And so I'm just trying to get clarification as office manager.
Oh, okay.
Were you communicating and giving these things to their nurses?
If they, like I said, again, most of the time things were given to the rep, but we did have the one nurse, which was Teresa Moran, but she wasn't working as a nurse at that capacity. She was also a representative for home health. I think I'm not sure what the title was at the time, but they would, I'm not sure if it was, I'm not sure if a patient advocate, I'm not sure what her title exactly was, but she ran around from office to office and basically got paperwork.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? Okay, Mr. Barbier, do you have any redirect for your client?
Yes, just very briefly on the continuing education. Wesley asked you the questions about the 75 scores, which I believe were 2 or maybe 3, but did you also receive on April 4th a 92 score on the general principles of infectious microbes and disease? Did you score 92 on
yes,
that?
sir. Yes, sir.
And the same thing on recognizing signs of misuse or abuse of controlled substances?
Correct.
92 on pre and post procedure care?
Correct.
83 on who will teach our nurses?
Correct.
And 92 on a guide for traveling healthy?
Correct.
Okay. So the majority of your scores were above the 75. In fact, there were several in the 90s, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if the board decides to reinstate your license but requires additional continuing education, you're willing to do that?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Barbier. Thank you, Ms. Pearson.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other witnesses in this matter?
No.
State.
And I believe at this point, the board, I can entertain a motion to go, oh, I'm sorry.
Closing statements.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Y'all have any closing statements y'all want to make?
I would just very briefly, y'all have heard all of the evidence. And I think that Ms. Pearson has shown that she made a mistake and she paid for that mistake, but that ever since that time, she has tried to move forward. She has been involved in the community, trying to help folks down here on the coast, has not had any other trouble since, has completed the continuing education hours. As you can see by the affidavit submitted, everyone attests to her good attitude, professionalism, and you heard from her about her passion for hopefully one day being back to nursing. So we would ask the board to consider all those things, to consider also the fact that she completed her sentence, also that her record is now expunged. So as far as the state of Mississippi or anyone else is concerned, there is no record of that conviction, and that she'd be allowed to go back to nursing. And we certainly appreciate the board's time and consideration of this matter this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Barbier. Mr. Mutzeiger?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Pearson has submitted a complete application for restoration of her LPN nursing license. She has, in fact, cleared the criminal charges that formed the basis of the denial of her renewal of license in 2011 by way of having them expunged. The biggest factor that I would draw the board's attention to is that Ms. Pearson has not practiced as a nurse, at least according to paper, since approximately 2011. We're talking 10 years, 20 hours of continuing education, in my opinion, is not sufficient to render a nurse competent to return to the profession after a 10-year absence. It would be my recommendation, but of course, yielding to the board's wisdom, that if you find fit for Ms. Pearson to return to the practice of nursing, she be required to complete a nursing refresher course. I ask that you consider all evidence that has been duly admitted here today and make a decision that is in line with the protection of the public. Thank you.
real quick, before we go into deliberations, I just had a couple of housekeeping measures I wanted to make sure the record reflects. The official copy of the exhibit that was corrected, has that been done, or is my copy the official copy, or does the hearing officer have the exhibit?
I believe these will be used as the official exhibits, and I have stricken through and marked as, I believe it was 2000, one moment. 2011 in place of 2010 on page 4, part G of the application.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that was done. And also, I probably didn't state, but need to reflect on the record, it may already be that this has been done virtually, that Ms. Pearson and her attorney are appearing virtually. Okay, just a couple of things. Now, we are ready for, I would entertain a motion for the board to go into executive session to discuss and deliberate an appealable order by the board. Do I hear a motion? Ms. Moore has, and Ms. Moore, Culpepper, and Ms. Culpepper. All in favor? Okay. We will go, the board will now retreat into executive session to deliberate. Thank you.
Thank you. Wesley, are you still there?
And we are still live being recorded, just.
Just a procedural question. Would it be okay? I'm gonna remain on and I'm gonna obviously mute and go off screen, but is Ms. Pearson required to be here when the board returns a decision? What I'm asking, I guess, is does she have to sit here for however long it's gonna take, or can she go back to work and then can I hear the decision, or I can have her back over here, within 5-10 minutes?
I would defer to Ms. O'Neill, but I do not see any necessity for her to remain. But I would defer to Ms. O'Neill in making that decision.
Yes, Mr. Barbier, that's fine. What the board's going to do is deliberate in executive session. And if they come to a decision, they will come to a decision. We'll come out and I will announce on the record the highlights or the over summary of the decision, and then you would later get a written order. So I don't see any problem with Ms. Barbier going back to work, and you could communicate that to her.
I can remain on the Zoom call if she can go back to work, is what I'm saying, and I can remain on the Zoom. I'll just mute and go off the screen. So I'll be ready whenever y'all are ready. What I was asking is if, with y'all's permission, if it's okay if she can go back to work.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, she can go back to work, and then you can stay and hear the decision. Communicate it to her later.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. The board has deliberated and come to a decision and in executive session, and Mr. Barbier, you will receive a copy of the written order in due time. But at this point, I'm just going to announce on the record the highlights and the summary of their decision, all right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. The board has determined that Anita Carol Pearson, license number P-222925, will be reinstated and that she be allowed to obtain a restricted license after she's met certain stipulations. First of all, she will be required to sign an affidavit, a compliance affidavit, incorporating the terms of the board's order. She will have to meet with the board's compliance officer in the board's office to discuss that affidavit and those terms. She will be required to undergo a psychological evaluation. She will be required to pay a fine to the board. She will have to take a refresher course, actually 3 refresher courses. One, a refresher course in nursing, legal aspects of nursing, and an ethics course. Is that correct? Okay. I may have stumbled over this a little bit. After compliance with those terms and conditions, she will then be allowed to obtain the restricted license. She'll be required to comply with these terms for a minimum of 12 months. She will complete, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read. She will complete probation. And during that time, she will also be subject to indirect supervision by the board. And I believe that's it. I'm sorry that I stumbled a little bit over the terms, but I think if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those, or the board members can.
The question I have, when you say you said a restricted license, once she meets all the terms that you outlined, and after a period of 12 months, does that then become a regular license, or is it restricted for the duration?
Let's see, the respondent, what did y'all decide about that? Here, I'm gonna give somebody a copy of this because I'm working from something they normally do. And I'm not, okay, hang on. But I think we need to get Rochelle in here. She completed our requirements in the order. When we give a date, she issued a restricted license. Would you go get Rochelle, Shirley? Thank you. They discussed this and we wrote it down, and I'm trying to make sure I get it right. I want to tell you the right thing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I don't think she's got to come back because.
But I
mean, not on the record, but unmute. Mr. Barbier, I've got it clarified. She will, after completion of the requirements, she will then get a restricted license for a minimum of 12 months. And then after the 12 months, she can come back to petition the board to lift the restrictions and to grant her a permanent license, a regular license with no restrictions.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Right.
And will we both be getting the letter along with the affidavits and everything else?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I think they'll send that to you. Is that correct, y'all? Okay, they'll be sending that to you.
Okay.
And then you can communicate with your client.
Good deal. Good deal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank y'all very much and appreciate y'all's time today.
No. And that's what I thought. You're right.
Got her phone number if I need to. All right, let's see.
Sandra, so what will happen with Mr. Pittman? Will y'all make a decision today? Like, I'm just wondering for transcript purposes.
Wesley is working on that.
We
And
had
so that
notifications today.
Yes.
That makes sense.
it would be good by you, Ashley, today.
Hello, Ms. Moore? Okay, we just wanted to make sure your camera was operating and that we could hear you and you could hear us.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Moore, is that you? Moore, can you hear us?
Is her phone time?
Didn't she just answer us when we talked to her a minute ago?
You hear us, Miss Moore? She's frozen.
Oh, that's what it is. She's frozen. She ain't moving.
She may have to get back out and get back in.
Always usually means by you. Just like you. Make me tickle.
I make you tickle.
You want me to call her, Shan? Does she need to get off and come back in? Okay. She mentioned there was some bad weather, but I don't know if that's enough. I mean, I don't know what it's. She's in Amory. Yeah. Thank you, girl.
Time I got yesterday, went shopping, I got two Mac, and I was like, oh, Lord.
I'm gonna call her. I'll call her.
I'm gonna mute us.
Can you hear us, Miss Moore?
Yes, ma'am, barely.
Okay, we can hear you. You may want to turn your volume up.
It is all the way up. Is it okay if I get my ear pod and put it in?
Okay.
Okay, it's in my vehicle. I'm gonna step outside and get it. See if I can connect it. Hello,
Do you hear us?
I hear you. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, great.
Okay. You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Moore, my name is Ellen O'Neill, and I'm the hearing officer today. I'm with the Attorney General's Office of Mississippi. And we are here today with the panel of the board to hear your case. So I'm gonna go ahead and announce the case, and then we'll go forward that way. We're here today in the case of Miss Lenora Moore, Moore, license number P-319238. Ms. Moore, just to give you an idea real quickly, the way this is going to go is that the board is going to present its case first and any witnesses and evidence, and then you will be given an opportunity to present your side of the case, and then the board will make its decision. Do you understand how that's going to go?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and are you represented by an attorney today?
No, ma'am.
Okay, because you're not represented by an attorney, I want to make certain that you understand certain rights on the record, all right? You understand that you have a right to have an attorney with you today, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you understand that today the board could make a decision that is adverse to your license. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you are waiving your right to an attorney today, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I can't afford one.
Okay, well, we'll take care of you. We'll make sure that you have all your rights and nobody's going to try to take advantage of you. Do you have any witnesses today?
No, ma'am.
Okay, just yourself? And
Yes,
Ms. Thompson,
ma'am.
are you going to have any witnesses?
We do. We would have Vera Rucker. She would need to be sworn.
Okay, let's go ahead and have our witnesses sworn. Ms. Moore, since you will be a witness, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand too, and the court reporter is going to swear you and the other witnesses in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Okay, and I want the record to reflect too in this case that we are doing this virtually, that Ms. Moore is here with us virtually on the screen. All right, then we are ready to proceed. Do we have any opening statements, Ms. Thompson?
We do. And prior to that opening statement, if I may, as a preliminary matter, the state would move that exhibits B1 through B12 be admitted into the record.
Okay, Ms. Moore, Ms. Thompson has asked me to introduce certain documents into the record of your case as exhibits. Do you have copies of those in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and have you reviewed those and do they look familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
As far as B12, when you say, do they look familiar? It's my first time ever seeing a P&P on me, but it looks accurate.
Okay. Okay.
Other than the two prescriptions that were filled that we are, here for today that I did not do.
Okay, well, you certainly will have an opportunity to testify about that, but I'm going to go ahead then and admit into evidence documents or exhibits B1 through B12 then. All right. And with that,
yes, ma'am.
Ms. Moore, both of you, and you've probably seen this on television, both of you have an opportunity if you want, and you don't have to give an opening statement. And that just means that you can kind of tell the board, a summary of your case before you start testifying. You don't have to, but Ms. Thompson as the presenter for the board, she's going to present the board's case, and she's going to give us the benefit of a little opening statement today. So she's going to do that now. Ms. Thompson, can you
Yes.
do that?
Sure. Before the panel today is the case involving Lenora Moore, license number P319238. We are here today as the state has charged Ms. Moore's license with violating section 7315-29-1F, and that it is alleged that Ms. Moore has negligently or willfully violated an order or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or license, as well as she has allegedly violated section 7315-29-1 subsection K, and that Ms. Moore has engaged in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. Today, the state will provide this panel evidence to suggest that while Ms. Moore was working at Mississippi Foot Specialist on August 12th, 2020, there was a negative report filed with the board, as at the time, Ms. Moore was under a final order of the board dated October 29, 2018. The evidence will show that that negative report states that there were 2 prescriptions with respondent's name that were filled in a 2-week period for Percocet 10/325 milligrams with a quantity of 60 for each prescription. The evidence will show that the prescriptions purported to have the signature of a Dr. Van Yaperen, who has denied prescribing Percocet to Ms. Moore in July or August of 2020. The evidence as well will show in the state's case in chief that prescriptions were written on a July 28, 2020 and August 7, 2020 on a prescription pad that belonged to the foot specialist of Mississippi. Pharmacy records will show in this matter that indeed a signature of Ms. Moore is present there for signing the copies, signing for those prescriptions and obtaining them. And then finally, the evidence will show that she indeed had signed an agreed order with us and that she is in violation of such. And then the board will review that evidence testimony and impose whatever action it deems necessary and proper.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Thompson. Ms. Moore, do you want to give a little brief opening statement, or do you just want to save your comments for your testimony?
I'll just wait until my testimony.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Thompson, you can go ahead and call your first witness.
I'll call Vera Rucker. Ms. Rucker, for the record, state your name and in what capacity you serve the Board of Nursing.
Vera Rucker, Compliance Officer.
Okay. And are you familiar with the case that's before the panel today involving Ms. Lenora Moore?
I am.
And can you explain to the panel what your involvement is?
I was the compliance officer assigned to monitor Ms. Lamore's case.
And have you had the opportunity to review the exhibits that have been admitted into this case, B1 through B12?
I have.
Okay. I now want to hand you that exhibit B6, the order that has been admitted into evidence. Ms. Rucker, can you verify what this exhibit is for the record, please?
It's the final order of the board from the July 25th, 2018 board hearing to restore Mrs. Lenora Moore's license.
Okay. Are you familiar with the particulars of this order?
I am.
Okay. And did you meet with Ms. Moore in a compliance conference to explain the provisions and conditions contained in this order?
I did.
Okay. Go with me, Ms. Rucker, to please page 2 of 7 of the order. As part of this order, Ms. Moore's past with the board is vaguely explained, is it not, in paragraphs 8, 9, and 10. Would you agree?
That's correct.
Okay. And subsequent to, or excuse me, previous to the order of October 2018, which is reflected in Exhibit B6, Ms. Moore's license had been revoked by this board in 2014. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The result of the revocation imposed against Ms. Moore's license in 2014 was due to Ms. Moore's failure to comply with the Mississippi order of 2011. Would that be accurate?
That's correct.
And the importance of that 2011 order, Ms. Rucker, is because in the 2018 order, it references Ms. Moore not completing all the conditions in the Mississippi 2011 order. Would you agree with me? Yes. Okay. And actually, previous to the 2011 order imposed on Ms. 2011 order imposed on Ms. Moore's license by Mississippi, she was also disciplined in Alabama. Isn't that right?
Yes.
In fact, the reason Ms. Moore's license was first disciplined in Mississippi was as a result of Ms. Moore's voluntarily surrendering her license in Alabama. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So as it relates to this order, Ms. Rucker in B6, I now want to take you to page 3 of 7. Would you agree with me that on page 3 of 7, Ms. Moore had some preconditions to satisfy within 180 days prior to her receiving a probationary license? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell the board panel or walk them through what those preconditions were? And did Ms. Moore complete those?
The preconditions Ms. Moore had to do was conference with the compliance officer, execute a compliance affidavit, execute a release, comply with paragraph 6A and B under the findings of facts of the November 24th, 2014 final order. She also had to successfully complete a board-approved nursing refresher course and other, which is tendered to the board any and all fees that are required by the rules and regulations, which is the reinstatement application and the CBC criminal background check.
And is it your testimony, Ms. Rucker, that Ms. Moore completed provisions or paragraphs 1 through 6 of her 2018 order?
She completed them after the 180 calendar days, but she did have a extension that was granted to her by the compliance committee that gave her additional 90 calendar days from her original due date. And she did have everything completed by the July 29th, 2019 due date.
So Ms. Rucker, as we look now on page 4 of 7 of the 2018 order, you just testified that Ms. Moore did complete her preconditions. Was Ms. Moore granted a probationary license after that time? Okay. And did Ms. Moore provide all employer and quarterly reports that were ordered her in her 2018 order?
They were provided and they were provided on time.
Okay. And did she work under a probationary license for the minimum requirement of 12 months pursuant to her 2018 order?
She was technically shy of a full 12 months because they let her go prior to her actual start date. So 12 months, she didn't really complete.
Okay. Was it, so when you say close, was it 11 months and then some
It was
days?
11 months and some days.
Okay. And when you say they let her go, who are you referring to?
Her employers at, the Foot Specialist of Mississippi.
And let's go to that exhibit, Ms. Rucker, that is exhibit 11.
Ms. Moore, are you still with us? Can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're fine. I just wanted to make sure that you were hearing us. Okay, go ahead.
Do you have that order, that exhibit?
I do.
Okay, great. So can you just for the record purposes identify what B11 is?
B11 is the last report of supervised practice that was submitted by the Foot Specialist of Mississippi that was signed by Dr. Vern Christensen, who's the owner and physician at that clinic, in which he notated that he terminated Ms. Moore on August 11, 2020. And he terminated her for the following reason, that Lenore Moore had 2 RX filled in a 2-week period for 120 Percocets, 10/325 milligrams. The scripts had the signature of a doctor in the practice, but had the doctor denied giving the narcotic prescription to Lenora Moore, and that the scripts were filled at the Tupelo Kroger's Pharmacy after normal business hours.
And did you speak personally with the supervisor, Mr. Christensen or Dr. Christensen?
I did speak with Dr. Christian. He called me during that time to inform me.
And in that conversation, what you are reading before the panel today as reflected in Exhibit B11, did he communicate the same information to you verbally by phone?
He did.
Okay. Was there anything additionally that Dr. Christensen stated to you that's not on this report marked B11?
No, it's nothing additional.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Rucker, as it relates to the allegations in the complaint, would you agree with me that this Exhibit B11 is considered a negative report as it relates to a non-compliance issue with a 2018 board order?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I want to go now, Ms. Rucker, to Exhibit B8. Excuse me, B9. For identification purposes, Ms. Rucker, what is B9?
Is a written statement or typed statement by Dr. Jeffrey Van Peeren. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. It's VAN, capital YPEREN. And he is the Doctor of Podiatrist of Medicine, DPM.
And I want to back up just a little bit. So Ms. Rucker, when you receive a negative report, which by the way, these reports are required as part of that 2018 order that Ms. Moore was under, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you receive this negative report, is it not your duty then to investigate the matter if it relates to a further charge of the Nurse Practice Act?
It is.
Okay. And so with B9, did you obtain or collect this information in the course and scope of your duties and job as compliance officer with the board?
I did.
Okay. And have you been has this document been maintained here in normal course of business?
It was.
Okay. And the information on this Exhibit B9, can you just briefly summarize what this information states?
He informed me in writing that from a period of January 31st to 2019 until January 17th, 2020, he wrote a number of prescriptions for Lenora Moore for Percocet 10/325. She had led him to understand that she was between doctors and had been treated for chronic pain after a shoulder surgery. He gave the dates in which he wrote her Percocets.
Okay. And
there's 12 scripts that he acknowledged that he did write her.
Okay. And that last paragraph that was written by Mr. Jeffrey Pearson, and forgive me, I may be mispronouncing that. Does he state that he authorized that July 28, 2020 and August 7, 2020 prescription?
He said that these scripts were both in quantity of 60, which was out of the normal, and this was never a quantity of Percocets that he prescribed. Further, that he knew that I had not prescribed any Percocet to Lenore after January 17, 2020. Once these prescriptions, when he put in parentheses, which were clearly fraudulent, close parentheses, came to our attention, Lenore was quickly terminated from the practice.
Okay. Did you speak personally with this individual?
I did not speak personally with him.
All right. I want to now lead you to Exhibit B8, Ms. Rucker. Exhibit. And again, just for purposes of the record, can you just identify what Exhibit B8 is?
B8 is a subpoena that was issued to Kroger's Pharmacy and the information and the response to the subpoena request information.
Again, Ms. Rucker, you helped institute the investigation and subpoena request pursuant to your job and role as compliance officer, given the negative report. Is that correct?
Yes, I got with the other board investigator, Jaquita Davis, to get everything that we needed from Kroger's Pharmacy.
Okay. And so when we look at Exhibit B8, specific to that, page 5, beginning with page 5. Can you just identify for the record what page 5 is in Exhibit B8?
It's a copy of the prescription that's titled Foot Specialist of Mississippi, has the check mark by the name of Dr. Jeffrey Van Peeren. It has a prescription written to Lenora Moore, has her address on there, her date of birth, the date it was written. Percocet 10/325 milligrams, quantity of 60, 0 refills, and with the doctor's signature, and said every 6 hours, right foot pain.
Okay. We'll now take you, Ms. Rucker, to page 7 of Exhibit B8. Oh, and by the way, before we leave that, forgive me, on page 5, you may have stated this. Did you state for the record the date of that prescription that was received from Kroger Pharmacy?
July 28, 2020.
Okay. Let's now go to page 7 of Exhibit B8. Can you identify for the record that page?
It's another prescription written to Miss Lenora Moore on the Foot Specialist of Mississippi. And there's a handwritten date of birth, DL license number. The date was for August 7th, 2020 for Percocet, 10/325 milligrams, quantity of 60, 0 refills, take for every 6 hours for foot pain. And it's a signature with a copy of Lenora Moore's driver's license.
Okay. And then finally, Ms. Rucker, the last page of Exhibit B8, I believe now we're on page 8. For the record, can you identify that page 8 of Exhibit B8?
Delivery where it's a signature for Lenora Moore, 8/9/2020 at 15:02 EDT. Counseling was declined, and then it says sold date 8/9/2020 at 15:19 EDT.
Was video surveillance also requested in your subpoena to Kroger Pharmacy located in Tupelo, Mississippi?
It was.
Okay, and what is your understanding of the fulfill request from the pharmacy?
The refill?
No, could they fulfill that request?
No.
Okay, and why is that?
They did not give a reason. If we asked for all the information, they submitted everything that they had, and a video surveillance was not submitted with that paperwork.
Did you ever talk to Ms. Moore after receiving the information from the employer about this matter?
Yes, Ms. Moore and I had a telephone conference in reference to why her case had not been referred to the board to have her stipulations removed. I informed her it was because of the negative report and the allegation of why she was terminated. Ms. Moore explained from her side of what was going on. She was called into the office and that she was terminated. She explained what went on during that meeting with Dr. Christensen. And she explained that she believed her sister did it. And she remembered her sister being over to her house during that time. She did take a prescription pad home by mistake. And that she thinks that's when her sister took the prescriptions. I asked Ms. Moore to put in writing everything that she just told me over the phone in a written signed statement and have that statement notarized and have it sent back to the board's office to me.
And did she do that?
She did.
And is it not reflected in Exhibit B10? Okay. And in her written statement that, as you noted, was notarized on December 30, 2020, Ms. Moore denied having, Ms. Moore denied writing any prescription, any unauthorized prescription, presenting it to the Kroger Pharmacy and then taking it for her personal use. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And did you ever understand from Ms. Moore in the conversation or in this written statement, any name of the sister or any context behind the sister?
No, she just gave me this, just saying my sister. She never did give me a specific name for her sister.
Ms. Rucker, I now want to go to Exhibit B12. Just for identification purposes, can you tell us for the record what Exhibit B12 is?
It's the Mississippi Prescription Monitoring Report.
Okay, and the patient report involves who?
Lenora Moore.
Okay, and on page 2 of the PMP, were you able to locate the prescriptions dated July 28, 2020, August 9, 2020 for oxycodone?
Yes.
And were the quantity for each of those prescriptions 60 each?
It was.
And back to B9, Dr. Van Yipperen, forgive me, that may be his name, stated that the last prescription that he wrote to Ms. Moore would be on January 17, 2020. Is that January 17, 2020 prescription for oxycodone by Dr. Jan Perron? Is it listed here on the PMP as well?
It is.
Okay. And one moment. And Ms. Rucker, do you also see on Ms. Moore's PMP an oxycodone script for March 13th, 2020?
I do.
Okay. And what was the quantity of that?
12.
And can you understand who that provider is there? Looking at this page and then perhaps maybe looking at page 3 of the PMP?
Yes, if I go to the, because they have the initials on page 2, so you have to go to the prescriber's name, and it's Stephen S. Hathcock, D.O.
Okay. And is it your understanding, has Ms. Moore, pursuant to this profile, had any further prescriptions for oxycodone since August 9, 2020?
No.
She has received other controlled substances though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In the order that you were monitoring regarding Ms. Moore, that you testified to in B6, the conditions that were outlined for her and ordered by the board, there were no drug testing requirements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because the underlying issue for Ms. Moore was not a drug-related issue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And did Ms. Moore ever offer to you or state to you in any conference or call or email about anything dealing with a shoulder surgery or anything dealing with a narcotic or anything like that? Okay. And did the employer, the Mississippi foot specialist of Mississippi, did they ever notify you of any issues regarding Ms. Moore's practice as it related to any substance use potential problem?
No, they did not.
All right. All right. 1 moment. And then Ms. Rucker, finally, did you ever receive anything else from Ms. Moore or from Ms. Moore's sister other than a written statement that she did not falsify or forge a prescription that was unauthorized for oxycodone?
No, just in the conversation that we had in December with the telephone conversation in which she put it in writing, that was the only time we spoke upon it.
And her current status, Ms. Moore's current licensure status is that she's still under probation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Pending the outcome of this hearing.
Correct.
Okay. I tender the witness at this time.
Okay, Ms. Moore.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Thompson has tendered the witness. What that means is that she has finished questioning the witness for the board. And now it is your turn, if you want to, and you don't have to ask Ms. Rucker any questions. Again, you can wait if you want to wait to testify on your own behalf when it's your turn. But at this point, this is for your opportunity to ask her any questions that you may have after hearing her testify. Do you have any questions for Ms. Rucker?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, well then I believe that Ms. Rucker, then we are finished with you and you can be excused.
Thank you.
And at this time, the state will rest.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Moore, the state has rested, which what that means is, Ms. Thompson has concluded presenting her case to the board, against you. So this is your time now to put on your case, meaning that anything you have to say to the board, any documents you wish to present, anything that you want to say or present to refute the claims of the, that have been presented against you. So I'm gonna let you, and you have been sworn in, so everything you're saying is under oath. So it's your turn now to say what you need to say.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. First and foremost, I did not have shoulder surgery. I noticed that in Dr. Van's statement, Foxy, please hush, that he stated I told him my pain was from shoulder surgery. I injured my shoulder back in 2017, I believe, when I was working at a plant called Miller Cooperative in Fulton. I was on a coiler. That's what I did there. And I got a shoulder injury from there when the machine malfunctioned and it fell off. I am under the care of a neurologist from Jackson, Mississippi, Dr. Vora, in which I was seeing periodically upon my appointments. A majority of the time that I had an appointment to go there at the foot specialist, there's two doctors, Dr. Christensen and Dr. Van Eperen. Dr. Christensen is there all day Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays. Dr. Van is there half a day Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Fridays. So there were two doctors there on Mondays, one that morning, two in the afternoon, only one there on Tuesday. Both doctors were there on Wednesday. There was only one doctor there, sometimes two, depending on what was going on Thursday, but hardly likely, and only one on Friday. With that being said, it was a limited amount of staff. And so a majority of the time when I was scheduled an appointment to go to the doctor, my neurologist in Jackson, I was unable to go. I asked Dr. Van the first time that he had ever wrote me a prescription, would he write me something for pain? He did, he agreed. And when I would go back and ask him to write again, he would. I would take maybe a half of one and then another half. Repetitive motion. I was diagnosed with radiculopathy, thoracic outlet syndrome, and also myofascial pain syndrome is what my diagnosis is on my left shoulder. So any repetitive motion causes like a flare-up or severe pain. I've never had a narcotic addiction or any type of drug addiction. With that being said, I have taken them, in the past when needed, when they were prescribed to me. Dr. Stephen Hathcock, that prescription for March the 12th, I had an abscess on my private area and I was actually at work and I ended up having to go to the emergency room that day, in which it was lanced and it was very painful. And that's the reason that amount was given to me, and which I still have like 3 of those that I didn't even think that I could have presented with the bottle and the date on there. I never even finished taking all of those. But as for that statement of me telling him that I had shoulder surgery, that is incorrect. Other than that, he did prescribe me those prescriptions. I asked, he prescribed them. And as far as I was aware, there was no problem because I've never had, any type of drug problem. And I still, to this day, I do not. The prescriptions, the day that I went to work and then I was called back to work that day, it totally caught me off guard. I had no idea. Doctor, like I said in my statement, on Thursdays was pre-op days for Dr. Van. And there was one nurse, which was me, and then a PCA or just an aide who assisted us. Majority of the time for the pre-op, I was the one that would get the pre-op paper together. We would have anywhere from 3 to 5 pre-ops per Thursday when he was there. The prescriptions that were written We would have to write one if they needed any type of medical device like a cam walker, Phenergan, any antiemetic, and then any type of pain medication that they would be given for the procedure that they were having. So I would get their charts together, and I would put 3 prescriptions, because 9 times out of 10 they would get 3. I would get 3 prescriptions per pre-op patient, and he would sign the prescriptions. And when we would get in the room, we would write out whatever it was and, give them their paperwork, and they would go to the hospital go from there. There were numerous amount of times that he signed prescriptions and a patient did not show, and it was witnessed me shredding the prescription because it was not used. I recall taking a prescription pad home once in my jacket pocket, because I've replayed every step as to how this could have happened. And the only thing I can think of, my sister, her name is Brandy Gaston, who has a very, very bad drug problem. In fact, she just got in trouble 2019. She was arrested. She was arrested and she literally died. I don't know if it was bad drugs that she got a hold to or exactly what it was, but the jail called. I had to go get her. They transported her to Tupelo Hospital. She was there for a while. I ended up, assisting her, getting a lawyer and everything, trying to help her. I know she has a problem. I've stayed away from her in the past, but we lost our mother back in 2019 of January. Well, our grandmother, she was our legal guardian. We lost our biological mother back in 1992, I believe, is when the accident happened. So my grandmother came in and reared me and my younger sister and brother. We lost her in 2019. And so when Mama passed, I, said to myself, our family is small, and I go by May. My name is Lenora May Moore. So I said to myself, May, it's time to let the grudges go against Brandy for the things that she's done to you in the past. Give her another chance, start letting her come back over. I have a grandbaby. Nyla she was born in October, so she's about 16, 17 months. Start letting her come over so, she can see the grandbaby, spend time with her, yada, yada, yada. So I opened back up to my sister and started letting her come back around and visiting. And she didn't have a place of her own. She was staying in and out of hotels. So I never really went and visited her. I would go and pick her up at different locations when she would let me know where she was. So with that being said, she was around me on several different occasions back, at the beginning of last year. I cannot recall the day that I took the prescription pad home. I cannot even recall if she was around me that day. But the only logical explanation that I have for this incident is that she had to have gotten a hold to that pad when it was brought home by me, and she had to hold on to it and put it to use. I can recall a day that I went and picked her up, and we were out and about in town, and I went to the service station to get gas. I got my debit card out of my wallet, but I left my wallet in my purse, and I went on the inside of the store because I got me a Coke and Doritos that day as well, paid for my gas, came back out and pumped my gas. I believe that is when she was able to get my driver's license. Now, when she was able to put them back, I've backtracked. I don't know. But for me to see a copy of my license on that prescription pad, knowing that I didn't take it nor present it to the pharmacy, has really bothered me. The particular day that I was called into the office and I was terminated, which was August the 11th, I had my license in my presence. I was considering changing vehicle insurance, and I was sitting in a parking lot on my lunch break talking to Progressive Auto Insurance, and they asked for my driver's license information. So I had just gotten my license out of my wallet on my lunch break that day and provided them with my driver's license information. So when Dr. Christensen asked me, was my license missing? I said, no, sir. I just had them. No, they're not missing. So during the time that she got them, if she got them or whomever had taken them from me, they were able to put them back without me noticing them being missing. I worked really, really hard and diligently to get my license reinstated after having them revoked. I surrendered them in Alabama because, for one, I never used them. When I got Alabama license, I was in school to upgrade to get my RN. Alabama is not a compact state. When I was in school, if you were already a nurse, you had to have Alabama license to do clinicals. So I submitted for my Alabama license and I obtained them. I wasn't able to complete school due to financial reasoning. So I quit school and I voluntarily surrendered my Alabama license because I didn't need them. I never worked in Alabama. I never even applied for a job in Alabama. I only had them because I was in school in Hamilton, Alabama. But had I known then that what goes on with your license in one state has to correlate with the other states, I would have never done that. And like I said, I've worked very hard to get them back when it was time. I did everything that I was instructed to do on my agreed order, my supervision and everything. And I wanted to just be prompt with asking for removal of the stipulation when I submitted the stipulation removal request a couple of days prior to me having my complete year of working my probationary period on my license. The virus hit last year. I was very eager to go out and help amongst the community when needed, but I knew I could not because of the restriction. I could have submitted to be able to do that, but I had to comply with the board and my license probation. And it was just a lot trying to go in and out, helping different people and different agencies when my license was on probation. And I did require about that. And Ms. Rucker messaged me back via email and told me that I had to comply with my probation on my license no matter what I did. If I seeked employment somewhere else, I had to comply with that. And so I never did do that. But I believe, honestly and truly in my heart, everything happens for a reason. What this reason is, I do not know. I don't know if it's, God's way of telling me just to stay away from my sister, no matter how hard I try. I mean, she's no good for me. And other than feeding her from a long handle spoon and loving her because she is my sister, then just to leave her alone. I don't know what the reason is that this happened, but I know this much. I enjoy nursing, caring for others, not just nursing. Caring for others is my passion. It's not just a job. It's what I do day in and day out, whether it's nursing related, going to the store, helping an elderly, helping a baby, helping just anybody that I can. I believe that's my calling. I'm letting the board know today, once again, that I did not write the prescriptions. I did not take them to be filled. And I'm asking the board to take that into consideration and please allow me to continue my career in nursing. I am willing to do anything, a drug program, anything like that. I have no problem doing that because, once again, I don't have a problem with any type of drugs. I never have. To this day, I take Neurontin for my shoulder. I take Flexeril. I take Motrin over the counter, and I also take a lead. I also take Adderall, and I've taken that since I was maybe 14, 15, because I was diagnosed with ADHD. Other than that, that's all I take. I have had Phenergan with codeine. When I get sick and I get a cough, I usually get prescribed that and Tessalon pearls for my cough. My cough is usually very, very severe when I get sick because I have a history of asthma. Other than that, I don't, and I never have had any problems with drug use.
Hi, Ms. Moore, thank you. Are you, and I'm not rushing, are you finished or do you want to, is that, have you said everything you want to say to the board? Do you have any documentation of any of this?
No, I don't. No, ma'am, other than, the exhibits that was provided, I don't have any documentation that I presented to the board to, provide as an exhibit. Like I said, I didn't think to get that dated bottle down out of the medicine cabinet from back in March when Dr. Stephen Hathcott wrote those with the remaining pills in it. I could have used that to my defense. Other than that, like I told Miss Mays earlier when we spoke on the phone, if I had any witnesses or a representative, my only witness and my only representative is Jesus. I mean, I don't have anyone else. And he knows that I'm telling the truth, and that's all I have to go by.
Okay, that's fine, I understand. We'll take a breather. Miss Thompson May, do you have any questions for her?
I do. Do you want me to wait a minute or two?
Ms. Moore, do you want to take, at this time, this is Miss Thompson's chance to ask you some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready for that, or do you want to take a minute, get some water?
No, ma'am.
You ready?
No, ma'am, I'm fine. Yes, ma'am, she can go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Ms. Thompson.
Okay, Ms. Moore, you did endorse, you did provide the Alabama Board of Nursing an endorsement application, and then subsequently did receive a consent order from them because of failure to disclose some misdemeanor criminal acts. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. It's been so long ago, but that does sound familiar. When I applied for my Alabama license, I think it was maybe a ticket or an arrest that had happened that I did not disclose. And so when I did get my license, I can't remember if my Alabama license were restricted as well, or if there was something with Miss Mays, but I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was for failure to disclose something that was on my background. Yes, ma'am.
Sure, because at the time you applied, isn't it accurate? You had about 26 bad check issues, simple assault charge, shoplifting, trespassing, and conspiracy to utter forgery, which was a non-adjudication offense. Does that sound about right?
That is correct. And
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right.
Are they reflected in the record?
Those are not. Those were reflected from the order, the order as it relates to our involvement based on Alabama. Yeah. And so, Ms. Moore, when you finally surrendered your license with Alabama, that's when Mississippi first got involved and filed charges against your license with regard to an out-of-state action. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you came before the board in a hearing, I believe June of 2011. And in that hearing, you did disclose to the board your issues with Alabama, and then your intent was to work in Mississippi. And at that time, you were issued an opportunity to practice. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on or about March 2014, give or take the month, but I know it was in 2014, the board then brought you back for failure to comply with that 2011 order and revoked your license. Is that correct?
Failure to comply.
Right.
I thought I voluntarily surrendered them. I don't ever remember my license being revoked.
Well,
I voluntarily surrendered them because I was unable to find a job under the supervision restriction that was put on my license.
Okay. Well, let's go to Exhibit B6. Okay. Exhibit B6, let's look at page 2 and tell me when you have that page ready. Exhibit B6, page 2.
Okay, I only printed off certain pages. I did not print that page off, but I can pull it up if my service has came back up. Okay, give me just one moment.
No worries.
Thompson, we don't have a copy of the November 2014 order. do we?
No, but
We have
the,
it reflected, I see.
yeah.
Miss Thompson, my service is still, my internet service is still down. I only printed off certain pages because I was familiar with that order from the past. So I didn't use all of my ink to print off something that I would have been able to refer to under my email. I apologize for that.
So if I read a paragraph, it's already been admitted, but if I read a paragraph, let's say paragraph 8, excuse me, hang on a minute. Paragraph 6, starting with paragraph 6, for example, I would ask you to agree or disagree. So my question to you, Ms. Moore, is would you agree with me that page 2 of Exhibit B6 states on or about November 24th, 2014, the board issued a final order revoking the applicant's license for failing to comply with the June 22nd, 2011 board order pertaining to her nursing license? Would you agree?
I would yes, ma'am, I agree because I had to sign that. Everything has happened so much. But yes, ma'am, I agree. My memory is not as good as it should be with everything going on. But yes, ma'am, I agree.
Okay. And if we go down to paragraph 10, what that was in that order, it says the applicant indicated she has now complied with all the conditions established under the 2011 board order, except for completing a course on basic introduction to anger management and the restricted practice requirement. Respondent explained, or she explained, that she could not find a job with a restricted license and could not find a board-approved anger management course. Would you agree that's what it reads, or what it says as reflected in B6?
I agree.
Okay. And then finally, Ms. Moore, in paragraph 11, actually, I'm going to read 12 too. 11 states, would you agree with me that the record before the panel indicates the applicant has no criminal history other than the offenses which did not prevent her from obtaining or renewing her Mississippi license? In fact, the record indicates she's not committed a criminal offense since 2005. Would you agree with me there?
I agree, and that still stands the same.
Okay. And then finally, in paragraph 12, that applicant presented evidence of continuing education courses that she took on April 9, 2018 and April 10, 2018. However, you have not practiced as a nurse since 2014.
That is correct. Well, I hadn't at that time. Yes, ma'am.
That's right. That's right.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay. And so it has been a challenge. Would you agree with you complying with some of the stipulations and orders that the board has imposed upon you in the past? Would you agree with me?
Yes and no. It was a challenge for me because I was unable to find some of the things that was required by the board. Say, for instance, the anger management course. That part was challenging. And then finding a job because of the restrictions, the stipulation restrictions, that was a challenge. Not everything in the past has been a challenge. In fact, the last thing that I was ordered to do by the board, I was able to complete, not during the timely manner that the board requested because of the way the classes was offered. I had to go accordingly, and that's why I submitted for an extension. But I feel as if I completed the last things without challenge other than the timing of the class, and I had no control of that.
And then in 2018, when the board did reinstate your license, you have worked almost the 12 months that was prescribed and ordered to you with the probationary license, correct?
That is absolutely correct. I worked my butt off trying my best to prove who I am. I mean, yes, ma'am, but that is absolutely correct. I worked so hard to get that probation relief so I can continue my education. I would like to go back to school, and I would like to just branch out and move further in my nursing career. And this has happened. But yes, ma'am, that is correct. Lord, I thank you.
Okay. And you did receive a copy of Exhibit B11, the report of supervised practice from the foot specialist of Mississippi dated 8/12/2020. Did you not?
I have that here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you would agree that is the basis of your termination with them on or about August 11, 2020, correct?
That is correct. I had never been punished for anything there. My work history there was outstanding. Dr. Christensen, he was heartbroken, and so was I. I mean, that this happened.
And you testified earlier about you working with two different doctors within this group, Dr. Van being one of them, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If you look at Exhibit B9, in Exhibit B9, Dr. Van, would you agree, stated that he had not prescribed any Percocet to you after January 17, 2020. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. I remember the day that he told me that he could no longer prescribe me anymore. And I told him I understood, and I never asked again, and he never wrote again.
Go to any type of pain management specialist for the chronic pain that you are alleging?
Oh, I actually signed to go to pain management at neurologist, Dr. Vore, neurologist in Jackson. I signed all my paperwork for pain management, but they have never sent me there. I am actually in litigation with Mueller Brass because of the injury in workman comp. I have a case against workman comp. I have 2% usage loss that was determined on my FCE, my functional capacity test that was done. I have, that usage loss. I have chronic pain. It was determined that with the myofascial pain syndrome, from my understanding, I have also received trigger point therapy where they go in and they inject me in my neck. None of that happened. None of that helped. And so what Dr. Vore told me, he said he has myofascial pain syndrome. He said that's something that he's dealt with for his life, and that's just something that I'm going to have to deal with. No surgery will be able to correct it, and no amount of opiates or pain medicine will be able to help it. It will just alleviate the pain for that time, but that pain will continue to come back.
And in Exhibit B8, would you agree with me that on page 5, there is a prescription on the foot specialist of Mississippi prescription pad with Dr. Van's name checked, with your name and date of birth listed there, along with a Percocet 10/325 milligrams, 60 in quantity. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's dated July 28, 2020, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on page 7, there's another script for August 9, 2020. The same drug, Percocet, for 60 quantity, and your name on that prescription, along with a copy of your driver's license. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I'm looking at it.
Okay. And then the last page of B8, there purports to be a signature, L. Moore. That was purported to be signed at a Kroger pharmacy in Tupelo on August 9, 2020.
Yes, ma'am, but that does not look like anything at my signature.
And you testified earlier that the license was in a wallet in your purse, correct?
No, my wallet, in fact, I have it laying right here. It's my purse. It's like a hobo wallet. I don't know if y'all can see it, but it's my purse and my wallet all together. But yes, ma'am, it was in my wallet / purse.
Okay. And I believe I heard you say that your prescription pad was in your pocket, in a jacket pocket.
Yes, ma'am. That I normally, as soon as I come in the house from work, I take my jacket coat off and I hang it on my chair at the kitchen table.
Okay. And you don't, and I also remember you testifying that you do not remember or recall exactly when that prescription pad was put into your jacket pocket. Is that right?
That's right. Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, so is it your testimony then when your sister came to visit you that she knew to go in your jacket pocket that was behind a chair, and that the prescription pad would have been in that pocket?
No, ma'am, that is not what I stated or what I'm stating. What I'm stating is when she came over here. That's the only time that I can think of that she could have possibly gotten tore off the pad, because I took the pad back to work. I returned it back to work. I've just tried to replay the whole scenario in my head to see how it could have even gotten from there. And that's the only thing I could have thought of. No, I'm not saying that she allegedly came in my house and knew that the prescription pad would have been, no, ma'am.
Okay. So when did you take the prescription pad back to work?
The very next day.
Well, what day is that?
It was at the beginning of last year. I cannot give you an accurate, I can't give you a date. I can't give you a day. I can just remember one time, because when I felt in my pocket, I said, oh God, I brought this prescription pad home. And the very next day, when I went back to work, I took it back.
Do you remember who you gave it to?
No, ma'am, I didn't give it to anyone. I just laid it right there by the computer, my computer stand where we kept the pads, is where it was laying. And that's where I laid it. Okay. I do recall telling Nikki, this was in my pocket when I got home last night. And she said, girl, and I said, I know, right? And, I just laid it down. I didn't think anything of it. I just didn't think anything of it.
Okay. And again, I just want to be sure I understand what your testimony is. So again, I understand from your testimony that the pad was in your pocket. You don't know when you took it home. You don't know how, you don't know what time frame that was, but that the sister had to have accessed the pad in the pocket that was lying on the chair. And then the very next day you took the pad back and you were not aware of the sister taking anything off the pad. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then further, that the license was taken from your wallet on the same day?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. That was at the beginning of last year. I want to say around March or April when I brought the pad home. And she was with me. Oh, was that in July, the latter part of July, the first part of August? We were actually shopping because I was getting ready to go on my birthday trip. My birthday is in August. So we had been out, like I said, in town running errands and shopping that day. And that's when she had to have gotten my license or replaced them. I don't know if she got them that day or she replaced them that day, but that's the only day that I can remember vividly my wallet being left alone with her, because I got out of the vehicle that day and I went in the store with my debit card to pay for my gas. And I got a Coke in a bottle and a bag of regular Doritos. And I remember leaving my wallet in my vehicle.
And so your testimony is that your sister does have a substance use problem. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, of all kinds.
Okay. And was she not willing to come forward today and admit that she was the one that took that script?
I can't get a hold to her. I've been trying to reach her ever since August the 11th, the day that I got called back in the office and I was terminated. I've been trying to reach her. I have not found her. I've tried to find her on Facebook. Her children's father has the kids. No one has seen her or know where she is. To be honest, I don't even know if she's alive anymore.
Did your sister know that you had taken the prescription pad from your employer?
No, ma'am, she couldn't have known that.
I'm going to look at B12, Ms. Moore, and ask you some questions about B12. Your testimony earlier was that I believe you testified that you were taking, one moment, Adderall, Neurontin, Flexeril, Motrin, and Aleve.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And yes, ma'am, Adderall.
Right. And I note here on your profile, as noted on page three that it looks like some of these providers are in the same office, but let's see. About 3 different groups are prescribing you medications. Does that sound accurate?
Let's see. I know that's Dr. Terrell on page 3 and Dr. Van. Dr. Terrell is who prescribes me my Adderall.
Does Dr. Hathcock work with Dr. Van?
No, Dr. Hathcock was the ER doctor the day I went to the emergency room with a boil on my, I left work and had to have it lanced. He was the emergency room doctor.
I'm just trying to follow her testimony. Doesn't the exhibit show him at the same address as Dr. Van?
It's close. It's like 11:05 versus 11:07. Yeah, but that's why I was wondering. Would they
Yes, ma'am. The hospital is right next door to the clinic. The foot specialist clinic is all the clinic. The building that the clinic is in is actually rented from the hospital. All the medical places are on Earl Fry Boulevard. I believe the clinic address is 1107 Earl Fry, and the hospital is right before you get to the clinic.
So I want to be sure I understand this, Ms. Moore. So it's your testimony then that you were seeing a provider in Starkville for your Adderall, and you were prescribed oxycodone from a Dr. Van, who's in Amory. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the medications that you were prescribed from Tupelo, what were those? Or who was that you saw in Tupelo? Dr. Weatherford and a Dr. Slusher and Dr. Martin?
Okay. Weatherford, Lindsay Weatherford. I was unable, Dr. Terrell in Starkville, who writes my Adderall, I was unable to get to her. So Lindsay wrote my prescription for that month. And which put me off track when I went back to Dr. Terrell, she picked up, to where it stayed on a month's track. Rachel Martin, Lindsay Weatherford, and Jacob Slusher, they all work for the same clinic. They're all different nurse practitioners that work at that clinic.
And I believe those practitioners were the ones that prescribed the promethazine codeine syrup?
That is correct. I had the flu when Rachel Martin prescribed it. And when Jacob Slusher prescribed it, I just had a real bad cold. I don't know if it was asthma or bronchitis, but it was just horrible. And then Lindsay wrote the Adderall when I was unable to get to Dr. Terrell that one time.
Okay, so you don't have one primary physician or nurse practitioner that you see. Is that my understanding?
Correct. Dr. Terrell, the reason how I picked up with her is because Dr. Van Ebron, the other foot specialist, he works out of Starkville on Tuesdays. And at the beginning, there were Tuesdays when I would go there with him until we got an assistant, and then the assistant started going, and I stayed in Amory with Dr. Christensen. But that's how Dr. Terrell picked up on writing my Adderall. And that's who writes them now.
Do any of these providers that we are testifying to today that's listed on this PNP, do they know about you seeing the neurologist in Jackson?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Terrell knows, Dr. Christensen, Dr. Van Ebron, every last one of them knows. I'm not quite sure if Lindsay knows, Miss Weatherford. I don't know all about her, but Rachel knows, Jacob Slusher. He knows because Jacob, actually, I asked him one day, I said, would you please put your elbow in my shoulder? He said, girl, can you not feel that? And I said, no. I said, when it goes numb, I have no feeling. So all of them know about my shoulder injury and my condition. And they know I've had to take off from work and provide excuses from when I went to the neurologist. They have the excuses from when I returned to work. They all know.
Okay. How often do you see the neurologist?
I have not saw Dr. Vora. It's been a minute since I saw him. Like I said, I'm in litigation with them. The lawyer that was handling my case, Roger Doolittle out of Jackson. I was supposed to go to court April 30th with workman comp, but the lawyer came off of my case because what he was requesting from workman comp was denying. And so Michael Bailey in Tupelo now has my case. I have not been to the neurologist because they have not set me back up an appointment with them. I was going whenever Roger Doolittle would want me to go for my case benefit. I think the last time I got my trigger point therapy from Dr. Vora was maybe September, October of last year. It was somewhere around there.
Okay. So where are you getting the Neurotin?
My Neurotin, Dr. Terrell writes it. She writes my Neurotin. She writes my Flexeril. She writes my Adderall. And she also, I failed to mention my Protonics. She writes my Protonics for my acid reflux. And I didn't have it to present, but I mean, I have my medicine here to where you can look at the bottle and see, you know, the date and the name and everything.
And where are you currently employed, Ms. Moore?
Care Center of Aberdeen.
Okay. Do they know you're here today before the board?
No, ma'am, they do not.
Did they know that you were on a previous order of the board, 2018?
Yes, ma'am, they are aware. They have submitted to the board all documentation that I am working there, that I was hired there, and they submitted my report of supervised practice there, so they are aware.
And when did you start there?
They called me March the 4th and offered me the position. And at the time, my dad was on hospice. I started there March the 8th, and I worked 8, 9, 10, and 11. And my dad died March the 12th. I was out for 4 days, and then I went back there, and I've been there since of this year.
Okay, Ms. Moore, I'm wrapping it up. If the board could drug test you today, would you test positive for anything?
The only thing I would test positive for would be my Adderall.
And the last time you took an oxycodone and you're under oath would be what day?
When I had them for the procedure that I had done at the hospital back in March of 2020.
So you just took it that one day on March 13th?
No, ma'am. I didn't have but 12 after they lanced me and everything, and I come home and the feeling started coming back. I took maybe 1 or 2 that night, and then I took them for like 1 or 2 days because of and after my packing came out in 48 hours. So after my packing came out and I took one, then I didn't take any more after that, and I hadn't had any.
Nothing further.
Ms. Moore, this is when the board has an opportunity to ask you any questions, any board members. Do any of the board members have questions for Ms. Moore? Okay, Ms. Laura Moore is going to ask you some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Moore, you may have already said this, but
can you hear her?
Yes, ma'am.
Just curious, when I was looking back at your order, there was your license was revoked in 2014. Or right? 16. There was 14. Okay, so there was several years that you did not work as a nurse.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct? You did not petition for reinstatement until 2018?
That is correct. In 2014, the doctor, not 2014, I'm sorry, 2011, the doctor that I had worked for, he was a pediatrician, and my best friend, all in the same year. Angie got killed in March. Dr. Sisson died in December, and that kind of took a toll on me. And then after I worked at Aurora, I believe I got hired at Aurora in April of 2011, and I was terminated from Aurora in October of 2011. Dr. Christensen passed December of 2011, and I just never seeked, after not being able to get a job when I was terminated from Aurora because of the supervision restrictions that my license was under. I just never seeked, getting another job in nursing. At that time, McDonald's wouldn't even hire me because they stated I was overqualified. That's how I ended up at Mueller Line Sets and Foods and working there.
And what made you decide to 2018 file an application for restoration?
Because once again, helping others and doing for others is my passion. And I love nursing. And I just feel like this is my calling. And I went to school to get my degree. And that's what made me apply for them and just go back to doing what I knew how to do best and what I feel as if I'm good at doing.
And in looking at the prescriptions, just I know you had said that a lot of times the doctor that you worked for would fill out the prescription pad ahead of time and y'all would fill it in when the patient was in the room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
So would he just sign his name or did he fill anything else out?
He would just sign his name. Sometimes he would write the name and the date of the patient on there and sign his name.
But there were times that he only signed his name. Is that what?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall on the prescription pads that you had taken home with you, had they been signed? The prescription?
I cannot recall if any were on there that was signed when I took them home. When I got the prescription pad out of my pocket and I looked down at it, I said, oh, wow. And I immediately stuck it back in my pocket. And when I got to work the next day, we go in through the back door. And as soon as I walk in, I maybe take 3-4 steps and there was the desk that I sat at. Nikki was standing in front and I held it up. I said, look what was in my pocket when I got home last night. And she says, oh, wow. And I said, I know, right. And I laid it down right there by the computer.
Okay. Just was your sister, did she have any kind of medical background at all? I'm curious how she would know how to write a prescription.
She doesn't have any type of medical background that I am aware of, but she has a lot of, I guess you could say, street knowledge, and she's very, very intellectual.
Okay.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, but that's another thing on one of the prescriptions, and I should have stated that when we were to them, but it said something Q46 on the one that stated for 8-7. I don't write when I write prescriptions, or if I fill in, for the doctor, I've never written Q46. I always write every 6 or every 4 because I know you're not supposed to do like a variable of hours. I don't write like that. It's just the way the prescriptions are written in general. It's not the way that I would have written a prescription.
Okay, so typically you as the nurse in the clinic would write the prescription for the patient that was previously signed.
Sometimes I would, yes, ma'am. Sometimes I wouldn't. Sometimes he would completely fill them out. Sometimes he would write name, date of birth, sign it. Up at the top, check marks for the facility, because sometimes he practiced in Amory, sometimes he was in Tupelo. You would have to mark not Tupelo, Starkville. You would have to mark the location of the facility. Then you would have to write the name of the doctor, mark the name of the doctor, whether it was Dr. Christensen or Dr. Venebrin. And then down at the bottom where you put the no refills, it just, there were days that sometimes I filled out everything except the signature. And then there were days where I filled out just part of it. Sometimes he would sign, write the name, and he'd be like, well, let's go in here and talk to him first and see whether or not they prefer, oxycodone, or if they prefer Norco, because a lot of them had preferences or some had allergies, and we would wait until we got in the room before we would completely fill it out. Sometimes they would be filled out completely before we got in the room.
Okay. When you would fill out these prescriptions for your doctor, if he signed it and you at that time were filling out the prescription, did you typically write for Percocet, or would you typically write for
oxycodone? It would either be oxycodone
write it out,
or
would you write the generic, or would you write specifically the brand name Percocet?
no, ma'am. I always wrote oxycodone or Norco.
Okay, so as of y'all's practice at Foot Specialists Mississippi, you did not typically write for the brand name Percocet? Is that not?
That is
something that's
correct,
typical?
ma'am.
That's not something that was typical of your practice?
Yes, ma'am. That was typical. Yes, ma'am. That is correct.
What was typical, that you would write Percocet or that you would write the generic oxycodone?
Typical for me to write oxycodone.
I guess I think that nothing further from me.
Okay. Any other board members have questions?
I just have one question.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Culpepper.
Ms. Moore.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
You should be familiar with myself and the lady to my right. We were on your 2018 panel as well. And so for
Yes.
clarification purposes, when you are discussing how long you had to pad, I'm needing some clarification because I've heard 3 different statements, such as 1, you turned the pad in the very next morning and presented it to someone there. Then I have in writing that you had it at least for 2 days, in which your sister was in the presence of it in the pocket of your lab coat, but then again, you make reference to where she was in the car and in your purse. And
yes, ma'am.
Then you also give us the option of you weren't sure how long you had it. So I only need, just to clarify, which statement is correct.
Okay. I'm not sure exactly when, what day or month that I brought the pad home. The pad had to have came. She had to have gotten it. If she got it, I know it was in my coat pocket. I normally, on a normal, typical work day, come home, immediately take my jacket, my work jacket off, and I hang it on my kitchen chair at the table. In my vehicle is when I am assuming she was able to get my identification, my license, not the prescription pad.
I'm needing clarification. I hear what you're telling me. Unfortunately,
ma'am.
as a nurse, I know how important that prescription pad is in the DEA and how it's matching up with what some of your PMP meds are versus what was written. And I'm struggling to understand how it is that we can remember that we had Doritos and a Coke for lunch, but we have no idea about a pad that the DEA regulates to make sure that we're not misprescribing.
Okay, can you repeat that, ma'am?
I'm trying to find some clarification. As a nurse, I know that prescription pad is a very, very important tool that should be left in the office. And if
Yes,
you were
ma'am.
to have walked out with it, it should have been immediately returned. But we cannot, or you cannot give us a definitive time in which you took it and returned it. But yet we remember that we had a bag of Doritos and a Coke. And so I'm trying to understand, as a nurse and in your performance, if we allow you to continue to practice, how this is going to impact public safety.
Well, for one thing, I remember, and in my statement, I also state in there, I remember that it was a white prescription pad that I took home. And the difference in between the white prescription pad and the blue prescription pad, the blue prescription pad is the only pad that we wrote narcotics on. We did not write narcotics on the white prescription pad. Had I taken or brought a blue prescription pad home, I probably would have been a nervous wreck. But being that it was a white prescription pad and the only thing that was written on there was like for Cam Walker or Finnegan, we wrote for Zofran, Finnegan, Zofran, Cam Walkers. We would maybe write for maybe potty chairs or something like that. Nothing else could have been written on the white prescription pad that we wrote.
And so with that answer right there, may I ask, how is it that the pharmacy, who does business of taking prescriptions all day long, accepted the Percocet written on the pad that you're describing was in your pocket, filled it not once but twice?
When I first started working there, they only had white prescription pads. They did not get blue prescription pads until after I was there. I cannot answer your question as how is it that the pharmacy took those prescription pads and honored them not once but twice. I don't know if the pharmacy has any rules as to what type of pads that the medication has to be written on. That was one of the rules of the clinic itself, that it had to be written on. Watermark. Watermark is the word that I was trying to bring to my mouth. That prescription pad that we wrote narcotics on were watermarked.
I think Ms. Culpepper said she has no more questions, but Ms. Moore has another few questions. And Ms. Jackson does too.
Since you said that about the prescriptions, I got to looking and these do look like separate prescription pads. If you look at them, one of them being at the top, there's some type of symbol on the one from 8/7, also including that specific prescription does not include the license numbers for the physicians as it does on the other. So it would appear that these were from two separate prescription pads, according to what I'm looking at right now. With you saying that there's a difference in the white and the blue prescription pads, was that a policy of your facility to only use one for narcotics, or was there different information? Would you be able to tell from these, was there different information on each of the different colored prescription pads, or was that just a policy of your clinic?
No, ma'am, that was the policy of the clinic. The information that was on them was the same. We had old and new, and we were using, trying to use the older ones because we had just got the blue ones. When I started working there were only white pads, and then they went to the blue. So we had to use up what we had and then transform on over. But the policy of the clinic, any narcotics are written on blue, and any other than a narcotic is written on white. But all the information on the pads are the same.
Do you see how on these two prescription pads that they are different from the other, that each one is different?
I'm looking at them right now. Yes, ma'am.
Are these
I do.
both, are these both what you would recognize as prescription pads from your facility?
Yes, ma'am. They have all the information on them. They both look like they came from the facility.
Okay. So there were two different prescription pads at this time in your clinic that were used to write prescriptions for patients.
There were two different colors. There was white and then there was blue.
Okay, Ms. Jackson has a question or two for you also.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Ms. Moore.
Good afternoon.
I only have one question, please, and I'm Shirley Jackson. The clinic in question is your foot specialty clinic, correct?
Can you repeat that, ma'am?
The clinic that's in question with you working for is the foot specialty clinic.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Can you please tell me exactly what your job description is?
That what it is now or what it was there?
When you were working, what was your job description?
My job description at the foot specialist clinic when I was there, I was the nurse of the office, the only nurse. I had to make nurse calls, answer nurse calls, call in prescriptions, do pre-op paperwork, fill out prescription pads for prescriptions, make copies of paperwork, take x-rays, do nail care, assist the doctors with procedures, ingrown toenail procedures. What else did I have to do? Stocking and cleaning. At one time, I was ordering supplies, but then when we got more help, that was passed on to someone else. Myself, it wasn't just on me, but myself and others in the clinic. The injections that were given, we were responsible for drawing those up, putting them up in the cabinet, sterilizing the equipment monthly. I played a role in pretty much everything at the clinic. There was really no written job description. Everything that I named is what I did. Hold in services for the other employees that was there. Trying to think if there was anything else. When the doctor would maybe debride a wound or something, I would have to cover the wound, put the dressing on the wound, remove the dressing, remove sutures.
Okay, so now you're telling me there is no written job description?
No, ma'am, not at Foot Specialist in Mississippi. I did not have a written job description. No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay, are you an LPN 1, 2, or 3?
I'm an LPN.
1, 2, 3.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. I've never been aware that there is an LPN 1, 2, or 3. I'm an LPN. I've never had a number behind my degree.
All righty, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Culpepper has a follow-up question also.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to follow up on what Ms. Moore had addressed, because you told me initially, so for clarification purposes, once again, you told me that you only brought the white script pad home. However, in our evidence, it is obviously two separate pads. So for clarification, are you telling me that your sister got a hold of two separate pads?
No, ma'am. For clarification purposes, what I'm saying is I brought one pad home. I don't know if the copying of this prescription, I can see here on this prescription here, it's like darker than the other prescription. There's outline on the one that's written for the 7th. I can see the symbol up there. And then on this one, there's the one that's written for the 28th. There is no symbol. That's what I'm saying. I only brought the white prescription pad home. I don't know if my sister wrote these prescriptions. I backtraced and backtracked how was it possible that my license could have gotten a hold to one of the prescriptions. And that was my only logical explanation. She has visited the clinic several times, not as a patient, but she has came to the clinic. She's came in the rooms. I don't know if she was able to get anything when she was there. I do not know, ma'am. When you walk in and you walk inside the clinic, anything that's laying on that desk, you're able as just anybody, if you're not an employee, you're able to reach over if you wanted to, because we actually had someone on camera doing that, reaching over, trying to get information that they were not supposed to.
Anybody else have any further questions? Can I ask a quick question? I just want to get for the record too. You said that you see the difference between these two prescriptions, the headers on them and how they're written differently. Can you tell, or do you remember the one with the symbol in the top left-hand corner? Is that the white or the blue prescription pad?
I don't remember, ma'am. I never really paid any attention to them in depth like that, other than the color. And I knew that, both of them had the address of which doctor, well, whether it was going to be Amory or Starkville, and both doctors' names. I never really paid any attention into anything else, on there that would make the prescription stand out.
I want to understand something too. Something else. You said that you took it home, you realized that you had taken it home, and you took it back, and that somebody in the office, you said, look what I have here. And that person said, oh my goodness, look at that. And you said, I know, right? And you put it down on the desk, right?
She said, oh, wow. And I said, I know, right? Yes, ma'am.
Who's that she?
Nikki, she is the office manager, or she was the office manager at the time.
Okay, so when you were terminated on 8/11, which would have been the 3-4 days after the second prescription was filled, when you were terminated for having done that, and they specifically said you're being terminated because 2 prescriptions were written to you that we didn't write, did you not look at Nikki and say, oh my gosh, that must have happened when the prescription pad was gone?
No, ma'am. I looked at Nikki and said, I did not do this. And I busted out crying. That's what I looked at Nikki and said. At that time, I didn't even realize, I didn't think about the prescription pad that I had brought home. Only thing I was thinking about at that time, I was in shock, as this can't be happening to me. And I wanted somebody to believe me.
Okay, did you ask to see copies of the prescriptions?
No, I did not ask to see copies. Dr. Christensen showed them to me. I didn't ask him. He showed them to me.
But you did see them, okay. And so is it your testimony then? Are you saying that you took the pad home and that your sister must have torn off 2 pages? Because if you took it back the very next day, the prescriptions were filled a couple of weeks apart, one on the 28th and one on the 7th. So are you saying that somebody took 2 pages of the prescription pad, or one from each prescription pad, or you just don't know?
Ma'am, to be honest, I don't know how it happened. Once again, if my sister did it, if it happened from my negligence of bringing the prescription pad home, then it was taken from that prescription pad. Now, the way the prescription, the pads look, it looks like it's 2 different pads.
Well,
I don't know how. Yes, ma'am. So, and I didn't bring but 1 pad home on 1 occasion.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. You testified that there's a camera there that y'all have caught people reaching over the counter. Did y'all
Yes,
check-
ma'am.
did the office check that camera to see if there was any indication that somebody had stolen a prescription pad for one of the
To
prescriptions?
my knowledge, I'm not aware that they did. I wasn't, my meeting that afternoon was very brief. I was in Dr. Christensen's office. Once I walked out of the office, I was escorted out the back, the side door. So if whatever investigation, if there be any that was done on the inside of the office, I'm unaware. I'm unaware if any cameras were rolled back or anything.
Okay. Did you turn your sister into the police or make any kind of report?
No, ma'am, I did not, because I don't have proof that she did it, number one. And number two, I don't want her to see her in jail. Like I said, I don't even know if she's alive. I have not heard from her since August, latter part of July.
Okay.
She didn't even contact me when my dad died last month.
Did you see her at the funeral?
No, ma'am, I didn't go to the funeral. I've never been to a funeral. I didn't go to my father's funeral.
Okay.
I didn't go to my mother's funeral.
Okay, I'm sorry about his passing. That's all the questions.
Thank
I have.
you.
Hearing officer, does anybody have any follow-up after my questions? Okay, is there any more evidence then? Is that it? Okay, well, Ms. Moore, I think this is the point in the proceedings when the board is going to deliberate and look at all the evidence and make a decision.
Ellen, do we do closing?
Oh, I'm sorry, I did that, yes. We're
I
gonna.
don't, may I say something, please?
Yeah, we are. We're gonna let Ms. Thompson May do her closing argument first, and then you can do yours, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we are here today before the panel, and the allegations in the complaint, the state does contend, have been met by the evidence and testimony before this panel. Ms. Moore has a pattern of noncompliance. There have been many opportune times for Ms. Moore to complete an agreement to have those restrictions removed, and we continue to see noncompliance. In this instance, it's no different. While she did complete some of the stipulations in 2018, we have the issue of whether Ms. Moore did or did not offer 2 prescriptions to fill Percocet of quantity 120 at a Kroger pharmacy in Tupelo. Does Ms. Moore have motive? Absolutely. The evidence provided in Exhibit B9 showed that Dr. Van, with whom she worked with, did write 12 prescriptions for oxycodone. And then per his statement that was offered into evidence, stated that he had concern of writing Percocet for too long, not comfortable writing it anymore, and had recommended she find another doctor to treat her pain. From that, Ms. Moore contends, and this is where it gets sticky, that the pad came home with her. We don't know when. No, wait, it came home maybe March or April, but I'm still not sure. And it was placed in the pocket of her jacket, and the jacket was placed on the back of a chair. The sister, at some point in time of when that pad was in the pocket, obtained the prescription pad, says testimony of Ms. Moore. That seems a little incredulous, but that's the testimony. Another thing that's interesting about inconsistent testimony that was provided by Ms. Moore is that when asked by the state, when she returned the prescription pad, did she give that pad to anyone? Ms. Moore's response, and it's reflected in the record, stated, no, I didn't tell anyone. Yet, in a statement that she provided under oath and is admitted as B10, she states that a lady named Nikki knew about the situation, yet she did not offer that in her testimony. It does purport, when you look at the evidence in B8 provided by Kroger, which, by the way, Kroger notified the foot specialist about those prescriptions, number one, but number two, it does look to be consistent in the way they look, which again should challenge the credibility of Ms. Moore's testimony. When you break it all down, Moore panel, all you really have today is the word of Ms. Moore. That's it. What the state has provided are 2 prescriptions from the Kroger pharmacy, the license attached. You have a negative report from the foot specialist stating what happened. You have a report or a statement from Dr. Van, who stated he did not authorize those and had prescribed them in the past and wanted to stop. So at the end of the day, we don't know what the sister looks like, but interesting, with all due respect, that the sister now is painted as the culprit for having committed this infraction that Ms. Moore is here to answer to, but she's not here to speak on her behalf. Ms. Moore's not provided any photograph, if you will, to compare that they looked similar, because we know Kroger Pharmacy would not have even provided that prescription had there been a difference of appearance. All that to say, the evidence and testimony are clear and convincing to support the complaint provided you today against the license of Ms. Moore. We ask that the state render a guilty verdict for the allegations and that they render a decision based on the evidence and testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a statement, closing statement you would like to make then, Ms. Moore?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
I did not write those prescriptions. I have made mistakes in the past. I've tried my best to correct them. The compliance with the board, the last compliance that I was ordered to complete, I completed it. It may seem as if it's a repetitive pattern, a disruptive pattern, but it's not. Miss Mays asked if the board had me to go get a drug test on the spot. Would I pass? The answer is yes, I will. I'm willing to go now and every day from here on forward. I do not do drugs. I never have did drugs. I don't have a substance abuse. I don't. And I mean, I didn't do this, and I'm just asking the board for favor on my behalf that I may continue to practice as a nurse with any type of compliance, any type of stipulation. I am willing to adhere to, but this is my life. I've lost so much here lately. I just don't know how much more loss I could take. I thank you for considering my closing testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Okay, now, I had jumped the gun earlier, but now it is time for the board to take all the evidence and your testimony, and the board is going to seriously deliberate and make a decision in this case. They do so in executive session, which means it's not open. So with that said, I will entertain a motion by the board to go into executive session for the purpose of deliberation and decision regarding an appealable order by the board. Okay, Ms. Culpepper has made the motion. Do I hear a second? Ms. Jackson seconded. All in favor? Okay, we will go into, the board will now go into executive session in private and make a decision. You can wait when the board has finished deliberating, Ms. Moore. We will come back and make an announcement, an oral announcement. I will announce the decision of the board and any details of that or a summary of the order, let me say that. And then at some point in the future, you will get a written decision. But if you'll just hold on in a little bit, we're going to go deliberate right now and we'll come back and give you an oral report. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go off the record then. Okay. Okay, we are back on the record. Ms. Moore, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The board has voted to come out of executive session, and while in there, they deliberated, looked at all of the evidence, and have come to a decision. As I stated before, I'm going to announce that decision verbally today, but then you will get in the mail an actual official signed order from the board. But this matter came on from here for hearing in the matter of Lenore Moore on April 14th, 2021, license number P-319238. It has been the decision of the Board of Nursing that Ms. Lenora Moore be found guilty of charges 1 and 2 in the complaint by reason of her own admission and based upon the sworn testimony and evidence in the record. Based upon the clear and convincing testimony and evidence admitted to the record, the nursing board has decided that the nursing license of Ms. Lenore Moore should be revoked. Ms. Moore, you can apply for restoration of your license at least 1 year from the date the executive director signs the final order. And that is the decision of the board. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, well then that concludes our hearing. And as I said, you will receive a written order of the board in due time. Thank you for thank you for your appearance.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ready? Okay, we're back on the record, and we are here now in the next matter, which is the matter of the license of Lori Crocker Allen, license number R-864-565. It's case number 2020-0940. At this point, we have kind of an odd situation here, and I'm going to let Ms. Brett Thompson May explain what's going on.
Yes, for the record, the matter regarding Lori Crocker Allen, Miss Allen was served via certified mail, the notice and the allegations against her license. However, the state never received the certified green card back, evidencing that she had received such notice. The state then emailed Miss Lori Crocker Allen with the email address that was contained in the nurse licensing system. Miss Allen responded. Miss Allen then subsequently asked that the hearing in the matter regarding her license, that there be no delay. She executed a waiver of process, signing her name in the presence of a notary public, stating that she understood that a hearing today was set for Wednesday, April 14, 2021, 8:30 a.m., and that it will be held virtually at Mississippi Board of Nursing offices. Subsequent to that, which is marked Exhibit B12, in the exhibits yet to be admitted into evidence in this matter, there is a lengthy email chain between myself and Miss Allen, making sure that she understood that she chose to go forward, but that she was intentionally deciding not to appear virtually. She communicated in the emails that she understood. She communicated that she understood the options for continuance, or that she understood that there could have been a publication in the newspaper if she decided not to enter into the waiver, which she did, which is evidenced in marked B11. So the bottom line before the panel today regarding Ms. Allen's case is the state would contend that since we do have service of process according to statutory law, that the issue now is, should the board panel decide to go forward, we do have proof of service, or should the panel decide to offer a continuance in the matter, then certainly the panel can do so.
Okay, it's the board's pleasure. Miss Lori Crocker Allen, while she chose not to be here, she looks like she submitted documents to Ms. Thompson that she wanted the board to look at in her own defense, but she chose not to be here to proffer those documents or explain them or argue in her defense. And the board is in, as Ms. Thompson said, the board is on good footing in proceeding if it so chooses, or the board can choose to decide that they want to give her a chance to come up here because they want to hear from her. So I'll let the board decide.
So we can discuss it. I would move that we proceed with the hearing for Lori Allen, R-864-565, considering that she has given notice and subsequently clarified that she wants this to proceed as scheduled.
Okay. Okay. We have a motion and a second to proceed with the hearing in her absence. All in favor? Aye. Okay. We will proceed with the hearing then.
Okay, then at this time, the state would move that exhibits B1 through B12, as well as R1 through R4 be admitted into the record.
Okay, and those in R1 through R4, those are your record? Those are
R1 through R4 are the exhibits that were proffered by Ms. Allen.
okay. Okay. So, yes. Okay. So the state's exhibits B1 through B12 proffered by Ms. Thompson will be admitted into evidence, and also documents submitted by Ms. Allen on her behalf are marked and introduced as exhibits R1 through R4, and those will also be admitted into evidence. So we now have documentary evidence on both sides.
And given that those exhibits now have been admitted, the state would then rest on its pleadings as service of process and due process requirements that are required by statute have been met by virtue of Exhibit B11 that's now duly admitted.
Does the state have a recommendation of what decision? And if you don't, that's fine.
Reviewing the evidence, the state does have some concerns, as there does appear to be a pattern of behavior based on what California has ordered, and then the findings of fact in California is very similar to what some of the issues were at the facility where she last worked, which was Neshoba Central. So the state would just caution the board panel to look at some of those patterns. And if the board so chooses, her evidence would render a decision of revocation unless the board decided otherwise.
Okay. Ms. Thompson, I'm going to ask you on behalf of the board also, you have looked at the exhibits that she proffered in her own defense. Just in your opinion as the representative of the state here and putting on the case, do any of those documents that she proffered mitigate the complaint filed against her, in your opinion?
It's in the state's opinion, they do not.
Well, the board will look at that, but okay, I wanted to get your opinion about that. Okay. So with that, does the board want to consider going into executive session to discuss, to deliberate in this matter?
And one thing, if y'all want to do this, Ellen, because we've got all those no-shows, if you wanted to recess and then go straight to another matter, you could, or if y'all wanted to do each one, you could do that too.
I think doing them all at one time is the best thing. Okay. But what we can do is if we get a motion now, this is procedurally how I would do this. I think that'd be okay.
Yeah.
We can move to go into executive session now and then start with the next hearing. And then when we finally do go into executive session, we'll announce on the record that we're doing all 3 or 4 of those cases in executive session at the same time. Okay. So does that make sense?
It does,
Yeah,
but can I ask a question
Sure, go
before
ahead.
we make a motion?
Yeah, ask all the questions.
So I have a question for council. So would you clarify just
Again,
for exhibit B5, the actual, I know that that's the certification, but the actual complaints?
So
I'd like for you to go over the complaint, like the charges. Okay. So as we go through them, if we have questions while you're still here, we can ask those.
Sure. So exhibit B5, what the page 2. So this, So the state did institute charges against her license, alleging that Ms. Allen violated Mississippi Code Section 731529 1D, and that she had a license or privilege as a registered nurse, suspended or revoked in any jurisdiction, or had privilege or practice in any jurisdiction and placed on probation as a registered nurse or licensed practical nurse in any jurisdiction. And then secondly, it's alleged that respondent violated Section 731529 of Mississippi Code 1E, in that she negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that failed to meet generally accepted standards of practice. There's 2 counts related to both of those charges previously that are previously referenced. Count A, in that she entered into a stipulated settlement and order with the California Board of Registered Nurses, July 28, 2020, which was accepted and approved by the California Board. On October 23rd, 2020, she agreed that her RN would be on probation for 3 years. She had a revocation stayed, and that she would comply with drug-related steps and certain employment restrictions. The facility audit report, which was the findings of fact cited by the California Board of Nursing, cited respondent as having an excessive number of narcotic meds from the Pyxis system, which resulted in multiple discrepancies. Count B is that while she was working as med-surg nurse manager at Neshoba County General Hospital on or about October 4, 2020, that respondent signed out injectable Benadryl for 2 patients without an order. Respondent failed and refused to document as having administered the Benadryl, and facility video evidence respondent never entering either of the patient's rooms to administer or obtain patient refusal. Respondent resigned from employment.
And so it's your understanding that she's not working as a nurse right now?
My understanding pursuant to the email exchange between me and Miss Allen, which is referenced in B12, is that she is not working as a nurse, but is working in a job that has orientation. I believe her email said something like she's not in the health-related field anymore. Don't quote me exactly, but within those emails, you should find some language in there that referenced that she's not working in health-related field and that she did not want to miss employment orientation, but she did not want delay on this matter.
Correct. Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else have questions for council? Board ready to, or do y'all want to wait and look at some of the documents?
No, I'm good.
Is there a motion to go into executive session to deliberate about this matter, Ms. Oric Crocker Allen, which would be the deliberation of an appealable order?
I move that we go into deliberation to consider this matter.
Okay. Second. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, we will at some point in a little while go into executive session to discuss this and some other matters. So that we will basically suspend that and go to the next matter. Okay. Jessica Oric. Are we ready for the next matter?
Yes.
Oric, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, we are here now in the matter of, before the Board of Nursing, in the matter of the license of Miss Jessica Oric, license number R-906451. What is the status of that case?
Yes. I would like to call Floyd Wiley to address the preliminary matter.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name and in what capacity you are serving the Board of Nursing today.
Floyd Wiley and bailiff.
And Mr. Wiley, have you been able to make a determination as to whether or not Jessica Oric is present and available for her hearing today?
Yes, I have.
And what did you do to make that determination?
I went to the front of the building, called her name 5 times with no response. Went to the back of the building, called her name 5 times with no response. I checked the respondent sign-in sheet. She has not signed in. I checked the visitor's log. She has not signed in. I checked the computer screen to see if she had logged into the Zoom meeting, and she has not.
Okay. I'm going to now hand you what's been marked, not yet entered into evidence, the last page of marked exhibit B5. Can you, for the record, identify that last page, please?
B5 is the notification of the hearing, the green card.
Okay. And on this green card, does there appear an address and a name there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what is the name and address?
Jessica Oric.
Okay. And what's the address there?
Okay. Okay, that is 10 Whiskey Road, Fulton, Mississippi.
All right. And can you verify, Mr. Wiley, that that address matches the address that's contained in marked exhibit B2, which is from the nurse licensing system of the Board of Nursing?
Yes, the addresses do match.
Okay. And can you also verify that this marked exhibit B5 does contain the notice and the complaint requesting Ms. Oric's appearance for today, April 14th, 2021 at 8:30 a.m.?
Yes.
And then finally, Mr. Wiley, can you verify that the certified mail number, the last 4 digits that's contained on the notice, does it match the last 4 digits on the green card receipt?
Yes, the 4 numbers do match.
Okay. At this time, the state moves that the matter regarding Jessica Oric be allowed to proceed, given the fact that all statutory requirements have been satisfied as it relates to due process.
Okay, does the board have any, wishes with regard? Is that something y'all would leave to me?
Well, that's that we normally leave to you. Whether or not we proceed, and then we can go ask for exhibits to be admitted.
I believe that since the board has duly notified her, that she has received, notice of the hearing at her official address, and that the board has not, that she's not showed up, I believe that the board, is fine and on good footing to proceed in this matter in her absence.
So at this time, the board, the state would then move exhibits B1 through B10 be admitted into the record.
Okay. I would, since there's nobody here to object to that, I will certainly admit into evidence documents, exhibits B1 through B10.
Okay, at the state this time will rest on its pleadings. You're up. Oh, I need to give this to you.
Well, then, since we have all of the evidence before us that we're gonna get, do I hear a motion from the board to go into executive session to deliberate and make a decision in this matter?
I so say.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Okay, the board will go into executive session in just a little bit, in a joint executive session to discuss the matter of Jessica Oric, which will be discussion under the statute of a appealable order by the board. Okay, we'll now move on to the next. Looks like, is that your case?
So Neil, I have the cases of Annalisa Carter, Roy Weeks, and Patricia Pis present to the board.
Okay, let's start with Annalisa Carter. We're here in the matter of Annalisa Carter, license number P-335553. Case number 2020-0243. Mr. Mutzeiger, what you got?
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. I have entered into an agreed settlement proposal, a voluntary surrender of license with Ms. Carter regarding this matter, and would ask to present this to the board hearing panel for its consideration in lieu of a disciplinary hearing.
Okay. Let's have it. This is a voluntary surrender.
That is correct.
All right, so does the board want to go into executive session to discuss this? Is that what they typically do? Okay, okay. So do I hear a motion to go into executive session to discuss an appealable order, which would be the voluntary surrender of license by Miss Annalisa Carter?
That's fine. I make a motion that we go into executive session to treat this case.
Okay. Second?
And the chair, I say.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, the board will go into executive session in this and the other matters previously mentioned to discuss and deliberate on the matter of the voluntary surrender of Ms. Carter. Okay, moving on to the next case, Mr. Mutzeiger, what have you?
Roy Weeks.
We here in the matter of Roy Weeks, license number P-330818, case number 2019-0454. What say you, Mr. Weeks? Mr. Mutzeiger.
As a preliminary matter, I would call Mr. Floyd Wiley.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Floyd Wiley,
And in what capacity are you here today?
bailiff.
And have you made a determination as bailiff whether Roy Weeks is present and available for his hearing?
Yes, I have.
And what have you done to make that determination?
I went to the front of the building, called his name 5 times with no response. Went to the back of the building, called his name 5 times with no response. Checked the respondent sign-in sheet. He has not signed in. Checked the visitor's log. He has not signed in. And I checked the computer to see if he's logged into the Zoom meeting, and he has not.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. Now we'll direct your attention to Exhibit B2, not yet entered into evidence. Would you please identify for the record Exhibit B2?
Licensure of Roy Weeks.
Thank you. And is there a primary address indicated on Exhibit B2?
Yes, it is 883 Spain Road, Ecru, Mississippi.
Thank you. I will now direct your attention, Mr. Wiley, to Exhibit B5, not yet admitted into evidence. Would you please identify for the record Exhibit B5?
It's the notice of the hearing, the complaint to Roy Weeks.
Okay, and can you confirm that the address on the front page of the notice of hearing does in fact match the address on Exhibit B2 you just read into the record?
Yes, the address is matched.
Okay, thank you. And further, for the record, would you identify on this notice of hearing, Mr. Wiley, at what time and location is Mr. Weeks directed to appear before the Board of Nursing?
Today's date, Wednesday, April 14th, 2021, at 8:30 a.m. And it's sent virtually via Zoom, Mississippi Board of Nursing.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. I'm next going to direct you to the back of Exhibit B5. Could you please identify this and that is attached to the back of Exhibit B5?
It is a certified letter to Roy Weeks that was unable to be delivered.
Okay, and can you confirm that the address on this envelope returned to the Board of Nursing matches the address on the first page, the notice of hearing, as well as the address on Exhibit B2?
Yes, all 3 addresses do match.
And can you further confirm that the certified mail number on the first page of Exhibit B5, the notice of hearing, matches the certified mail number of the return envelope?
Yes, the numbers do match.
Okay, ending in
7222.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. Lastly, I'm going to direct your attention to B14, not yet entered into evidence. Mr. Wiley, would you please identify for the record Exhibit B14?
It's a document, it's proof of publication.
Okay, and what is the name of the publication and where is it located?
Simmons.
So if you would simply read.
It's the Pontotoc Progress.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. Is that located in Pontotoc County, Mississippi?
It is in Pontotoc County, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wiley, can you confirm for the record to whom this notice is directed and at what time and location it is directing that person to appear?
It's Roy Weeks, and again, it's today's date, Wednesday, April the 14th, 2021 at 8:30 a.m. here at the Board of Nursing.
Excellent. Can you further confirm that this was published for 3 consecutive weeks? And if so, please, what are those dates?
It's going to be March the 24th, 2021, March the 31st, 2021, April the 7th, 2021.
Let's go off the record.
in the matter of Roy Weeks, it has come to the board's attention and to counselors' attention that the last publication was on April the 7th, and the statute requires at least 10 days between the last publication and the date of the hearing. So we're a little premature, so we are not going to proceed in this matter at this time.
Next, I have Patricia Pis.
Poitras, is that how you say it?
Pis.
We're here in the matter of the nursing license number R-879967 issued to Patricia Pis, case number 2020-0640.
Yes, thank you. And for that, I would call for a preliminary matter, Floyd Wiley.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes. Please state your name for the record.
Floyd Wiley,
And in what capacity are you here?
bailiff.
And in your capacity as bailiff, have you made a determination of whether Patricia Pis is present and available for her hearing?
Yes,
And what have you done to make that determination?
I checked the computer. She is not logged in for the Zoom meeting. I checked the visitor's log. She has not signed in. I checked the respondent sign-in sheet. She has not signed in. I went to the front of the building, called her name 5 times for no response. Went to the back of the building, called her name 5 times for no response.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. I would now direct your attention to Exhibit B2, not yet entered into the record. Would you please identify for the record Exhibit B2?
It is the computer printout of the licensure of Patricia Pis.
And is there a primary address indicated on Exhibit B2?
Yes, it is.
And what is that?
It's 383 Briarwood Road, Lot 57 in Meridian, Mississippi.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. And now I want to hand you what has been marked Exhibit B5, not yet entered into evidence. Would you please identify for the record, Mr. Wiley, Exhibit B5?
B5 is the complaint to Patricia Pis.
Okay, and at what time and location is Ms. Pis directed to appear?
Today's date, Wednesday, April the 14th, 2021 at 8:30 a.m. virtually via Zoom, Mississippi Board of Nursing.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. And can you confirm that the address on this notice of hearing, in fact, matches the address on Exhibit B2 that you previously read into the record?
Yes, the addresses do match.
Thank you. I now want to hand you what is attached to the last page of Exhibit B5, the notice of hearing and complaint. Would you identify that for the record, please?
Yes, it is a proof of service card, green card.
Thank you. Can you identify for the record whether there is a signature and a received by signed on this green card?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wiley. And so that would, as you understand it, indicate delivery.
That is correct.
Thank you. Can you confirm that the address on the green card, proof of service, in fact, matches the address as previously mentioned on Exhibit B5 and Exhibit B2?
Yes, all three addresses do match.
Thank you. Can you further confirm the certified mail number on the green card, in fact, matches the certified mail number on the front page of Exhibit B5?
Yes, the numbers do match.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. At this time, the state would move to proceed with this matter as all statutory requirements for notice have been met.
All right, we will proceed.
Thank you. At this time, the state would ask that exhibits B1 through B13 be admitted into evidence.
Those proposed exhibits will be admitted as exhibits B1 through B13.
Thank you. The state would rest.
Do I hear a motion from the board to go into executive session to deliberate and make a decision in this matter?
I move that the board go into executive session to consider the matter.
All in favor?
Aye.
We will go into executive session to discuss the matter of Ms. Poitras, which is an appealable order of the board. I believe that concludes all of the cases. So at this point, based upon the motions of the board to go into executive session, the board will now go into executive session to discuss, as I understand it, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, the matters of Allen, Oric, Carter, and Poitras. Is that right? Okay. Well, Embassy Suites.
Take what?
Have fun, at Embassy Suites.
See you tomorrow.
See you in the morning.
Thank you. Thank you.